Yo, yo, yo. Good world. We got some work to do tonight. It's gonna be another hard night, man. We got through Friday. That was pretty awesome that we got as far as we did on Friday. But today, yo, woo, sheesh. I think it's gonna be tough. But you know, we are developers, right? It's the nature of the beast. Hold on, I'm trying to clean these glasses. Let me I'm sitting here trying to clean these glasses, but I can't seem to get them to get cut like clean. Every time I put them on, I see a smudge somewhere. Ugh. All right, there we go. Okay, that's much better. That's much better. Okay. Mucho better. Oh, or whatever. Mucho. Let me see what better is in Spanish. Somebody tell me what better is in Spanish. ¿Cómo se dice? No, wait. It's just that's actually what he say. Yeah. ¿Cómo se dice better en español? Mejor.
Mejor.
Mejor. Mejor. Okay. Mucho mejor. Okay. All right. We diving in, y'all. We gotta get started. We can't waste time today. We gotta get started. It's a lot going on. So let's do the intro. Y'all know what it is. Let's do the intro. Then we're gonna get through the recap, and then we're gonna get started. Okay. Welcome back to the Junkyard. I'm a junkie addicted to combos. If you've been here before, welcome back. So good to have you back. If you're new here, yes, I am an addict, okay? I'm addicted to doing the most juiciest, most damaging combos on all of your favorite fighting games. Normally, we're doing the most damaging, most juiciest combos on your fighting games. But today, we're doing something a little different, right? We're doing combos on these web technologies, okay? We're switching it up. If you haven't already, make sure you hit that like and subscribe button. Hope you're having a good time. If you are, let me know. I spam in my chat with some heart emojis. Y'all know I love those. I need to see them. All right. So what are we doing? So if you don't know, we are in the middle of building ourselves a website, okay? We wanted to kind of learn some of the latest and greatest tools that exist in a development space. And what better way to do that than actually doing a real project, right? So I am a developer by trade, and I figured it would be fun to stream me struggling along learning some new frameworks and libraries and tools, while also building a real project at the same time, right? So it's a really cool kind of topic here that we're covering on these streams. I've been having a lot of fun. I've been hearing great things about it, so I'm hoping you guys are having fun as well. So we're making a website like IGN, just FYI, right? And we're gonna walk through it the exact way a developer would do it in any corporate environment, right? So Google, YouTube, Facebook, all the FANG operations, we are gonna be doing things the way that they would do them. Okay, so Friday was really good. Okay, Friday we were breezing through that breezing through that list of tickets, and then we got stuck right on that static ticket, the one that was like, hey, now that you have a wireframe, it's time for you to actually design their homepage. And that was way harder than we thought, right? Like that actually took way more time. So let's fire open the here, let me change this name to it's the browser so you guys can get a better viewing of it. Browser. Oh wait, I'll call this main stage browser. How about that? Sorry, I'm doing some streaming stuff right now. You guys can't see it, but I can. All right. So this is the IGN site. We're gonna make something like this. But let's take a look at the wireframe we put together for the homepage, because we'll be doing another one of these maybe today if we get through the homepage ticket that we have. We might get to it today. I'll be really happy if we do. But here's the wireframe that we came up with, right? It's seemingly really simple. Okay, you have your header navigation, a little logo on the side. We wanted to be fancy, so we have this carousel here at the top, and then we said we were just going to tease stories down the page, and then obviously we have our footer. So we wireframe this in 2 minutes, right? No, it didn't take 2 minutes. It was like an hour. But this is, this comes from a non-designer, right? I'm a developer. So trying to wireframe this was a little trying, but it wasn't hard though, right? But then we went to actually make the static version of this page in our app, right? Our NextJS static version of it. And boy, oh boy, yo, that was difficult. But we ended up getting some help from some of the homies. I don't know if they're in the junkyard right now, but really big shout outs to some of the homies that joined on Friday. Matt, man, what was my other guy's name? It was one more cat too who was super dope. Helped out a whole lot. I kept saying his name wrong. I felt bad about that, but we gained 10 followers in one day, so that was dope. And those are Twitch followers too. I don't know how we looking on YouTube. YouTube follower scene might be kind of stagnant. Actually, let me check that. Let's see where we at on YouTube. How many subscribers? I probably should start saying that more often throughout the stream. Somebody gave me that advice a long time ago. Like, say, you know, make sure you hit that like and subscribe button. I always find that so funny for some reason. All right, so we gained 3 subscribers in the last 3 days. That's what's up. 76. We up to 76 on YouTube, and we got 70 in Twitch now. So 30 followers to go from our goal of 100 followers. So make sure y'all hit that follow button if you haven't already. All right, back to the real scheduled programming. Okay, so now that we have this static representation of this wireframe, and we're doing that using this really cool this really cool library called Shad CN, right? So Shad CN. This is something that the guy, man, I can't remember his name, but the one that was on Friday, he put us onto this, and this is really awesome. Like, this simplifies so much of the front end development from the actual work that you have to do to implement it. Like, it's just really straightforward. Like, look at this little example here of a inbox, a mail interface that they built using this component library. When we fire up the actual site, I'll show you guys what I have so far as the front end experience, and surprisingly, it's actually looking pretty good. It's looking pretty good. We still have to wire things up so that it's actual content and not just dummy data. But let's head over to Jira and see what exactly we are on the hook for today. So I'm gonna do this in the board view, and I believe we are on the hook for. Oh, sorry guys. Let me do one more thing. I always forget this just before. There's this Discord that I'm a part of, specifically for Black streamers too. It's really cool. And I always tend to forget it. To post in there and say, hey, you know, come check us out. We in the junkyard. Alright, I'm just updating this chat, and then I'll just toss my link in here. Beach.tv/GumboJunkie. Okay, and then I'll also do my YouTube. Do the YouTubes. .com/@junkie. Alright, and that should automatically pop some pictures in there, maybe? Yeah, there we go. Okay, we're all good. Alright, getting back to it. So let's look at our sprint board. We are at the third ticket of quite a few. We gave ourselves quite a few tickets, and I think the idea was that we'd be able to leverage a lot of what we had already done. Oh, nice. I got a bunch of likes and hearts and such. Thanks, guys. The idea was that we were going to leverage a bunch of what we had already done to kind of make the rest of this faster. And I still think that's true, right? Now that we have this wireframe, we can copy and paste this to get another template in place. We can probably steal from some of the design fragments here to create different pages, like the person page and the topics page. I'm pretty sure what we did on the front end in the Next.js side of things, I'm pretty sure we'll be able to piggyback a lot of that over and over. But here we go. This is the hardest part right here, I think. Connecting the Sanity IO content management system back into our Next.js app, right? So if anyone's interested about what a content management system is or what I'm even talking about, I have a video series now, okay? If you want to head over to my YouTube, you can actually check out the first few episodes of that series. I am actively working on getting the next 4 episodes up and running. They should be uploaded this week. I am having some technical difficulties, to be honest, but you know, such is life, right? So yeah, just make sure if you are interested, go check that out. So what are we going to do? We're going to enhance this homepage to leverage sanity.io. I have no idea how to do this, not even a little bit, okay? I've never done this before. I have connected Sanity to an application before, but it was in like a training scenario that I was watching. So it was like me following along a planned tutorial where you already had all the code done for you. But that's different, right? We have our own NextJS application, and we need to connect that to our backend CMS. So first, like a good corporate drone here, okay, I am going to update or AKA hydrate this ticket, okay, because to make sure that we are doing things kind of by the book and keeping track of everything that we are on the hook for, we just need to follow those Scrum practices, right? That's what keeps us moving. So first, I'm going to add my quick purpose of this ticket: enhance the homepage to leverage data from sanity.io. I would say the purpose of this is to connect the sanity.io CMS to the actual Next.js application. Okay, that's our purpose. And then I don't know if we have any notes right now, but let's start making acceptance criteria. I think the first piece of acceptance criteria is that data that is updated in sanity.io can be, well, I won't say data, I'll say updates that are made in sanity.io can be immediately viewed on the Next.js site, right? So that means that the content is actually there and it's fresh. Another AC is going to be that the content on the homepage design is all dynamic. Okay. ACO3. Clicking a link from the homepage takes users to a under construction page. Okay. Anything else? Are we missing anything here? Got this criteria. I don't know if I'm missing anything. I think I'm gonna stop there. I think that's a good 3 things to do this ticket. I'm not entirely sure if I'm missing anything or not, but I guess we'll find out as we go. Let's think about this real quick before we move forward, right? So what we have to do is prove that we can connect to the CMS, right? We have to update the content on the front end to pull from the CMS, fix the links, stand up the dummy templates. Okay, yeah, no, this is good. This is good. I'm okay with this. To an under construction page, and then this is our description. Okay. All right, and I think we are ready to create our branch. So let's go ahead and do that. We will create ourselves a feature branch, and we're gonna do what we did last time, right? Which is create the branch from main. I don't know why that worked last time. Somebody needs to explain this to me at some point, but the way I'm used to operating is you always create your feature branch from develop. Oh no, you know what? I am gonna still. So what happened to me last Friday, right, was when I created the feature branch by accident, I based it from main. Okay, so what happened was when I went to merge my code in, I didn't get any merge conflicts. And if you've been following along, you see that usually what happens is I create a feature branch from develop, I make all of my changes, and then I merge those into develop, no problem. And then when I go to merge develop back into main, right, which is what you're supposed to do if I'm not mistaken, you're supposed to merge your develop changes that you just pushed in from your feature branch. You're supposed to merge those back into the main branch so that develop can be your lower environment code base and main can be your production code base, right? You only deploy main branches to the production site. So I don't know why that has been happening to me, but I know the larger these tickets get, like the scope of work for these tickets, the harder that merge conflict resolution is going to be. That's going to become like a really difficult job for us to have to keep doing. So hopefully we don't have to keep worrying about that. I wonder if another thing is that I'm deleting these branches before I merge back. No, I don't know if that should play a role. Anyway, we'll figure that out when the time comes. I'm actually going to delete these unnecessary branches. Like, we finished the create the static homepage design, so I'm going to delete that. And then set up new Shad CDN theme. That's the one I was just referring to Friday, so we did that. And now we are on this enhance homepage to leverage data from sanity.io. So I'm going to go ahead and copy that branch. And then now I'm going to do what I was doing last time and pull this stage manager out a bit. You guys can't see it, but the stream kind of has just enough room over here to the right of this browser for me to add my stage manager here, so it's easier for me to see what you guys are doing. All right, so now let's go to the IDE. Got some beautiful looking Sanity in there. Oh yeah, that's me doing research. All right, this isn't the site that we're going to be running today though, so let's open a new window. We're not going to be using this site. This is well, we will be using it. It's actually a starter kit that I downloaded from the Sanity website. But we're not going to use that right now. We're going to first try and do this just really slowly, right? We're going to take our time with this. Where is it? No, that's not it. It's here. Here we go. Okay. I think this is where we need to be. All right. We're going to take our time with this. We're not going to jump right into massive query construction and things like that. We are going to first just say, can we connect to our CMS? That's it. So I think it's Sanity Latest is our actual project. And you notice we have some new things in here. We have our node, our get ignore stuff in here. Oh, look at that. NextJS is on the get ignore. We have a bunch of new code, right? We have a bunch of new app stuff. Like we have the tags, we got the page, which is basically like index. We got a bunch of components. Like, man, I am so proud of what we've done so far. So let's start here by first just starting up our sanity.io instance, right? So we'll do nrd, which is our alias for npm run dev, right? But we don't need to type that. We'll just type nrd. And that's going to start up Sanity. And we'll just tuck that away in its own little world. We'll leave that open here. And then in the other window, which is probably going to be the place where we're doing the most, we're making the most changes, we'll cd into Trend Junkie, which is our news website directory. And we will do another nrd, right? We want to start in this node server. We want to start, we want to start this node server on port 3000, just like we started the Sanity Studio. If I head back over to, hang on, let me do one more thing for you guys, so you can see that. Okay, there we go. All right. Okay, so now let's go to the browser so we can take a look at what we have so far, okay? Look at this! Look at this! That look crazy dope! We got ourselves a little hamburger menu, bro. Wait, let's see. Let's refresh. There go my little hamburger menu. We got this carousel. It look funky. You know what I'm saying? You feel me? You feel me? It's infinite slide. You know what I'm saying? We did all kind of crazy stuff with this. That looks so gorgeous, though. Like, if I'm being serious, that looks really gorgeous. And then we have our cards, right? So going back to that wireframe, we actually do have this site now. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's the actual site, which just warms my heart. So that's our site. Then when you come to the bottom, we even have our footer. We actually were really tired Friday, so I remember we just breezed through this really quickly. The footer. We didn't even add our copyright tag at the bottom. Like, there should be a copyright flag down there. Hang on, let me make this a little smaller so I can pull that bottom up a little bit. I want to see the bottom of the page myself, actually. I remember last time we had to stop it about right there, I think. So yeah, we don't even have the copyright at the bottom. I thought it might have been hidden under that combo junkie menu screen, but it's not. It's actually just not there at all. Okay, all right. So we'll add that as well in this ticket. So there's that. Let's take a look at our sanity project. We haven't been in here in so long. We haven't needed to come in here, right? So I'm actually going to pin these tabs as well. I want to keep these open. I'll pin these two. These are going to be our bread and butter. You'll notice I do have a logo. I am going to keep this logo. I was going to just have this here temporarily, but it actually has been looking really good on some of this black background. So, you know, high five to, what's it called? What's that app called? Canva. High five to Canva for helping me quickly and pretty elegantly construct a logo. But yeah, here's what we have so far. Really proud of this, but it's time to make even more progress. Let's get everything connected. Let's get connected. All right, let's get connected. So, sorry, I always jump back over to Facebook just in case. I know I've been kind of neglecting my Facebook audience, but I'm going to try and put a stop to that. All right, so now what we need to do is we need to just go look at the docs because our goal is extremely simple right now. All we want to do is connect our Sanity and NextJS experiences. We don't want to do any crazy querying. We're not trying to flip content out. We just want to prove that our application can connect to our Sanity studio, okay? What I'm going to do is I'm going to go to, I think this would be in the NextJS docs. So I'm going to say, getting started. Actually, let's just do a search for Sanity. So it might be the other way around. I guess who would benefit the most by having this documented well? Maybe Sanity. Sanity would probably benefit the most from having like a, hey, do you already use this awesome NextJS framework? Well, guess what? Like here's what you would have to do if you want to set it up with Sanity. So I don't want to start from a template. I don't want to watch a video tutorial either. I want to connect content. Connect your content to Next.js. There we go. Okay. So they have a code sandbox example, but they also say you can follow along locally, so that's what we'll do. This guide assumes that you have some prior knowledge of Next and React. If you don't, but want to learn it, then we recommend checking out the official Next Getting Started guide. That being said, this guide has been written intentionally so as to keep the code as simple as possible. We might be able to tag along here too. Now, admittedly, we do not know Next.js, okay? That's on our list, right? Just like we had to go learn ES6 before we got started with some of this stuff. We're gonna have to go learn React, and we're gonna have to learn Next. But I like learning this way. I like first getting exposed to some of these things, getting curious, running into issues, and then kind of learning as I go. Don't get me wrong, I'm still gonna look like, actually Thursday I have the entire stream. I'm not streaming Thursday night because I'm dedicating that to spending all 3 hours, maybe even 5 hours, right? Because I get off work at around 5, so I may spend all 5 hours from the moment I'm off work until 10 p.m. going through at like 2 times the speed, going through one of the the Next.js tutorials. So yeah, I think that's gonna be worth doing. But anyway, install the Next Sanity toolkit and configure the client. Sanity provides a dedicated yeah, okay. So we'll grab this, and then we'll put this in our IDE. We need to go back to the Sanity side of things. Where am I? Terminal, here we go. So we have Sanity up and running right now. I'm going to close it out. We will move this over quite a bit just so it's 50-50. I think that's going to be a little easier for us to, easier of a pill for us to swallow. We'll close that sidebar as well, and let's go ahead and in the Sanity directory install Next Sanity. It looks like that's just a tool. That doesn't look like they're saying that we're installing a whole Sanity platform, but hang on, let's see, npm. While resolving Sanity Project 1, found Sanity UI 2. Conflicting with the, okay, so it looks like, so how do we fix this? Fix the dependency conflict or retry this command with force or legacy period dependencies to accept an incorrect dependency resolution. No, I don't want to do that. While resolving project 1, we found so what are they saying we need to do? Here, Sanity UI 2 from Next Sanity 7. Hang on, let me see if I actually have it already in my packages.json. So let's close trend junkie, it's gonna be in here. Look like it. I'm gonna retry this with force. I wish I just knew how to fix the upstream dependency conflict they're referring to. It has to have something to do with that, I bet. Alright, yeah, before we just force fix this, let's just see. While resolving Sanity Project 1, found Sanity UI 2. Sanity Vision 1. No, where's Sanity UI? I don't even see Sanity UI. So maybe that's what I have to do. Maybe I'm missing these. Yeah, maybe I'm just missing these, guys. So let's grab this real quick. Let's see if it's just as easy as saying like npm-i, that sanity tool. Wait, what? Yeah, let me just do that. What? I mean, am I missing something here? Oh, okay, yeah, I guess so. Hole 128. Permanently added GitHub to list of known hosts, but my permission was died because of a public key. So I'm guessing I can't just download that dependency? Alright, this is so strange, guys. So I'm just gonna grab this UI 2.0. I think now I think I just typed it in wrong. I think it has to be .install. Okay, so we have a severity that we have to fix, so I'll do audit fix here. Alright, let's get this a little more bigger. Okay, so it looks like that was successful. So now that we have one package that we grabbed, now let's see if we can run that the original thing we were trying to run, which is Next Sanity. Looks like we're making a little progress here. This is going further than it went before. It worked. We did it. All right, we did it. So that actually worked out. Let's head back over to the browser and see what we need to do next. So, all right, yep, so there's that. And then now start by importing the create client function from the Next Sanity in the pages. Okay, so we did this on stream last time, right? Where we hit, this is gonna cause us an error that we have to work out. And I don't think we can do server-side props, but we can do these static props. So I'm gonna copy this code to the clipboard. And then what we'll do, and they said just throw this in our index, which we use the app router system now, so our index is actually a pages file. But if we come back over here to, you know what I just thought about? I wonder if I was supposed to install the Next Sanity package inside of, yeah, it needs to go in our next application, not in the Sanity application. I mean, it can, as you saw, that just worked. But I bet when we install it here, we're not going to get any errors. Because I think that it's meant for the setup that we have. So let's just do that. So this is that npm next sanity command that threw a bunch of errors when we did it in the sanity environment. speaking of, let's make sure for sanity we can still NRD, right? We want to make sure that we can still stand up our site. All right, yep, and that worked without any issues. And now let's see if we can still stand up sanity. Let's make that a little bigger. Jeez, that is so. Okay. Let's see. Checking the config files. All right, it looks good. Let's see if the browser still looks good. Yay! Okay, so that still looks okay. We still have our content from before. All right, yeah, so we're good there. Okay, so now we can move on to doing this the right way. And we are going to be outside of the sanity environment, so we can actually leave that running. I think we're going to be doing a lot more of this work in the trend junkie directory, because we're going to be editing files, editing pages. So we're going to go in our app and our page.tsx, and right off the bat, this code here on the index.js, I wonder if this assumes that we are not using app router. Oh man, my boy Matt, what's good? Yeah, he joined Friday. It was so much fun having him on, man, with us. That was dope. I need to do more. I need to do stuff like that more often. That was a lot of fun. All right, let me just make sure I'm not missing nothing. Tell myself I'll keep doing that. Okay, all right. So now let's go ahead and put this inside of our IDE, inside of our pages.tsx, right? So go ahead and get rid of that for a bit. And all we're doing is we're using our homepage to test connecting this. So it's not that we don't want this, what we have on our screen. We can comment it out, and we'll put it back after we're done with our test. Excuse me. All right, so it looks like there's a create client method that we can use, and I'm guessing that further along in their documentation or their tutorial, they're going to teach us how to, convert what we have to use this instead. So we'll deal with that in a second. Index page is passing a prop called pets. And I'll just say pets can be, let's just say any for now. I don't want to see those errors. And I don't know how to get rid of these little errors. That's actually interesting. So this is what it would look like. This object here is what data I should be seeing if it was coming from sanity, right? We're not using pets, but that's kind of how they're representing it. I think I can do as any here. Like this. I would have to do it against something else, I think. I don't know. I'm not going to worry about that. All right, so now I think I'm just going to save this. I don't care about these errors because this isn't going to be my live code anyway. So I think I can just save that now, and we can head back to the browser, to our next application. And actually, we got to go back to the IDE and start it first. We shut it down. But now once this gets started, we can go back to the browser and confirm whether or not this is working. So we should at least see what they have here, right? The sanity plus NextJS, this pets H2, some of this other stuff, because we have this, right? This should show us that at least. Love this. All right, let's go back to the browser. Okay, and we have our first error that we have to get out of. Get static props is not supported in app. Read more about this here. Oh no, I told you this was gonna be a thing. I told you this was gonna be a thing. Okay, fetching. So they want us to change this somehow. There's a different way that I think we have to do this now. So I'm gonna do something different. I'm gonna go back to the error message here, and I'm just gonna copy what they say. And then I'm gonna see if anyone on the interwebs, yeah, it looks like, Wait, what are they saying to do? Export async function. And they are saying that, as it's already mentioned above, app.js doesn't support get static props or get server-side props. You can only use get initial props. Okay. And what? Okay, what is get initial props? Like, what does that even mean, dude? All right, hold on. We gotta go look this up. Yeah, versus get static props. Get initial props is a legacy API. We recommend using get static props or get service. Okay, what? Y'all giving us misdirection, man. Y'all giving us misdirection. So I know they use an app router, right? See, but here's the thing, though. They want us to use get static or get server-side props. However, hang on. Let's see how they implement it. This is their documentation, so it should be up to date. So they're exporting it here, and then they do an async against context, which is like whatever the data is, I believe. Actually, let's see if we can make some. Let's see if we can get some of this to work. Right? Let's see if we can get any of this to work. And theirs does look a little different than ours. If you export a function called get static props, static site generation, from a page, NextJS will pre-render this page at build time using the props returned by get static props. Maybe we should use get server side props for now. I don't even know if I want to do get static props, to be honest. Like, that doesn't even sound attractive to me right now. I mean, that'll be great for performance, like once we're deploying and building, but for what we're doing right now, it looks like it's just going to get in our way a little bit. Fetch the data from the external array, pass the data back via props. Okay. And then satisfies. Okay, this is way different than what we had. This is so different. All right, I'm gonna take this for a spin, guys. I want to take that for a spin. So I'm gonna leave that alone. I'm gonna collapse this and comment it out, and then I'm gonna see if I'm clever enough to update this logic to do what we want, right? So right off the bat, I don't care about that. I am gonna steal our pets example though here. I think that's a really clever way to do that. Just to have some data, but you don't have to go fetching it from an external API, because who cares about that right now? We'll get there in a second. But to start, we can just assume that we're gonna return props pets for ours, right? So now, if I'm not mistaken, that is now up here, I think. So here, let's do this. Let's go take this import clause, pop it up here. We can get rid of repo for now. I don't think we need it. What is wrong with it? Cannot redeclare export variable default. Oh, okay, because it has a page here. So what we'll do is we'll use this one. This looks like it's a little easier to work with. I wonder why they do it under instead of above. And why is this broken? Hold on, let's get repo back, because it looks like they do need that down here. But what it satisfies? Type promise props pet blah 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 does not satisfy the expected get server. What are they expecting then? Hang on, let's go back to the one that they had. Let's see how it looks like they're expecting something specific. Props repo. Oh, and then repo. So it's just a name and account. It's just a name and account. So, damn it, I hate that. I don't want to declare this because I don't know what it's gonna be. So all I'll say is that repo is actually this. And then what we'll do is we'll say that all of these guys right here are actually and let's just add a capture group here. All right, and then we'll say that this is a string. So let's do that one. I think it's like this. And I don't care about the fact that those are timestamps actually, but and I think if I wanted to declare what type this was, I can do that and then repo, I think. Or maybe it's like, maybe it's after I can do repo. Whoa, repo. Now, I know there's a way to cast this, but I guess I don't even need to be honest. I don't know why I keep doing this. I'm always like showing my browser, even though I'm like actively developing over here, man. Sorry about that. Okay, so let's go ahead and save that. I think now that'll satisfy that. We are also going to comment out our index now because I think that they're getting upset about it. So now what are they crying about now? Does not satisfy the expected type repo promise. It does though. Yeah, repo is now a type with these things. Yeah, props has pet. Oh. No, that still doesn't work. Yeah, let's just do this. Let's simplify this a bit. Let's just do name. Alright, and then we'll get rid of the rest of this. So now this is actually just a single string. Okay, and then page actually takes in pets. Actually take pets as well. Dot name. We'll call you pets as well. Pets. Actually, it's just pets. Okay, but I don't understand how that doesn't satisfy that. All right, let's go back to the browser and just look at this. Okay, so let's see what they're doing. First thing they do is they import these. What is that from Next? Yeah, just from Next. So they import these different types from the Next library, and then they instantiate their repo. I guess this is an interface, but this is them instantiating a new type. Let me see if this is free to hit, like if I need anything to hit this. No, okay, so maybe we can try this exactly as is. Let's just see if it works exactly as is, and then we'll try and understand it afterwards. I'm going to delete all of our other code, though. It's just getting in the way now, and it's not actually working anyway, so it's no point to keep it. I'm not going to delete our other code, though. The code that we wrote yesterday, this stuff here, we're going to keep that for sure. But I am going to get rid of this other, like this here, we can drop. I'll get rid of all of this. We'll keep create client. Okay. So now this is exactly what they have, and now it works. What the hell? Oh, maybe this is where we were going wrong. Hang on, let me just see if I can get that error out. Where are we? So there's that, and then I think now this is just pet. But it's not an array, is it? It's just an object. So I think if we get rid of that, yay! All right, so that was our problem. We were passing the wrong type to it, and now it's working. So I am going to go back to their example, though. I think it looks a lot cleaner than what I have here. So I'm going to delete all this crap and just paste it in their example now that we understand what's happening here. So now I would assume that if I hit this, since we know that they're actually getting data back in this API, it's like a test API that they give you. Since we know they're getting data back, I should be able to see this stargazers count that comes from the payload. So let's go to the browser. Let's hit our next application, which we're on the home page now. And we have another error. It's not supported in app. Wow, so we can't do server-side props either? Yeah, we still need to understand this. Data fetching is a core part of any application. This page goes through how you can fetch, cache, and revalidate data in React and Next. There are 4 ways you can fetch data. On a server with fetch, on the server with third-party libraries, on the client via a route handler, on the client with third-party libraries. Fetching data on the server with fetch. NextJS extends the native fetch web API. This returns to allow you to configure caching and revalidating behavior for each fetch request on the server. React extends fetch to automatically memoize fetch requests while rendering a React component tree. You can use fetch with async, await, and server components in route handlers and in server actions. Good to know. Okay, these are their tidbits. Their little pieces of advice. NextJS provides helpful functions you may need when fetching data in server components such as cookies and headers. These will cause the route to be dynamically rendered as they rely on request time information. In route handlers, fetch requests are not memoized as route handlers are not part of the React componentry. To use async and await in a server component with Typescript, you'll need to use Typescript 5.13 or higher, and React 18.2.8 or higher. I think we resolved both of those. Let's go to our packages.json and just make sure. Said that we would need, what was that now? We would need the Typescript 5.1.3. I think we use 5. Yeah, whatever the latest is. I'm guessing we use that. We can go to, I think, the log file to see what exact version we're on. Typescript. Might be 5.6.2. All right, I think we're good. I think we used the right one. Maybe. And then React was 18. I'm looking in the yeah, we use 18. All right, so yeah, we're good then. If we wanted to use fetch, we're good. This is caching, revalidating data. We don't care about any of that. So is it just a matter of us doing fetch now? For example, okay, let's look at this. On-demand revalidation. This is a caching thing, I think. Revalidation is the process of purging the data cache and refetching the latest data. This is useful when your data changes and you want to ensure you show the latest information. Cache data can be revalidated in two ways. Time-based revalidation, automatically revalidate data after a certain amount of time has passed, or on-demand, manually revalidate data based on an event, right? Form submission. On-demand can be tag-based, yeah, so this is really similar to kind of how we deal with it in the server-side land, right? With code like systems like Drupal, for example. So I don't know if that answered our questions, though. Let's look at the data fetching best practices. I think this is probably going to be a little better to consume. So sequential, if you have nested components and each component fetches its own data, then data will happen sequentially if those data requests are different. This doesn't apply to requests. Okay, so I don't know if this is necessarily what we want to look at. That's not the... So streaming, let's see. Streaming and suspense are React features that allow you to progressively render and incrementally stream rendered units of the UI to the client. With server components and nested layouts, you're able to instantly render parts of the page that do not specifically require data and show a loading state for parts of the page that are fetching data. That means user does not have to wait for the entire page to load before they can start interacting with it. That's cute. Parallel and sequential data fetching. When fetching data inside React components, you need to be aware of two data fetching patterns, parallel and sequential. With sequential data fetching, requests in a route are dependent on each other and therefore create waterfalls. There may be cases where you want this pattern because one fetch depends on the result of the other, or you want a condition to be satisfied before the next fetch to save resources. However, this behavior can also be unintentional and lead to longer load times. With parallel data fetching, requests in a route are eagerly initiated and will load at the same time. This reduces client-server waterfalls, so that's cool. Yeah, if we ever do get to a point where our pages are that complex, we'll probably start looking at the waterfall. For now, I think sequential is fine, actually. I shut it down too quickly before. If you have nested components and each component fetches its own data, then data fetching will happen sequentially if those data requests are different this doesn't apply to requests for the same data as they are automatically memoized. For example, the playlist component will only start fetching data once the artist component has finished fetching data because playlist depends on the artist ID. So here they have a get artist function somewhere. Here's what's important though, right? I think it's the, yeah, we don't see these actual methods. I think that they just have them somewhere. It would be nice to see how they're doing that. Is it just using fetch? Oh, here's the actual functions that they had. Yeah, so they're just using fetch. Wait, does that work? Wait a second. Hang on, guys. Could it be this simple? Could it be this simple? What I'm going to try and do right now is I'm going to make a function, an async function. I'm going to call it, whatever, get pet. I'm going to call it get pet. I'm going to run this, right? And then I'm going to call this inside of my page method. And I'm just going to see if that works. Okay. Oh, this is their example too. Wait, so what's a username I can use? So I get it. I get what they're doing here. And then I'm guessing here they have get artists. Yeah. I wish I had a username to hit real quick. But we're not even gonna use this exact example anyway. Let's just use, let's go back to our code, and I think we can figure this out now. I think we can figure this out. And I'm actually going to once again scrap a lot of what we have now. Oh wait, this is already using fetch. But I don't think we need get server side props, right? So we need to call this an async function. So this is just a, here, I think it's going to be like async function get, let's call this get pet data, is going to not promise anything. It's just going to run and establish some constants, or just not even establish, but just, I think it just needs to do this, right? So we'll use this API call, and we won't give it any specificity though, like they did. We'll just say request that result, right? So I'm gonna go ahead and delete this, which is probably some really protective, clever React, but I'm not entirely sure we need it for what we're doing. And then now inside of our page method, I can actually say that I am going to be fetching, I'll just do repo. Yeah, let's actually call this, I don't think we need this piece, guys. Hey, let's see what they did on the site. So they did this. Let's just copy this over so we have it to look at. This is what they did for their page call. They say, I have params. From their call, I have params, and it's gonna just literally be whatever this username object is, and that expects this like type. So params username string. So maybe I can just do this, right? Maybe I can say ours is name. No, it'd be params name, maybe? Or params repo? No. What's this? No, this, because this first parameter is like what we're expecting back, I think. And a page does have params. That is one thing about pages now. So what if we just did any right here? I don't know. No, that doesn't make sense though. And then here they have username string, because that's what is being passed to this page function. No, I don't think that's right either. See, I think this is being redeclared, so we have to get rid of that. But let's see what we did in our other one. We didn't do any of that, did we? No, we didn't. We just literally call home because we don't have any data. We don't have any data to work with. So I think we need to kind of take this a little slower. What I'm going to do is I'm just going to comment out this. Well, we know we don't need this artist stuff. So I'm going to get rid of that actually. Let's do this. Let's get rid of this. Let's just say hello world here. Get rid of that. And we'll get rid of wait for the promises to resolve. Okay, so yeah, I want to do this for sure. So they're making two variables based off these two promises here. I don't need both of them to resolve. I only need one. I'll do get pet data. Okay, and then here I'm just gonna kill that. We don't even need to do this promise wait stuff, but whatever. Alright, so then here I should be able to pass one of these here. Doing that thing again where I'm using Apple shortcuts on my PC keyboard. It's annoying. And then we'll just call this pets. Or pet, singular. Okay, so now we know we have params coming in. We don't know what they are though. We don't know what params we'll get back from this. So we do need to in some way say that this is a repo object. Can we just do that? And then now can this just be expecting, hang on, what does this say now? Cannot redeclare page, let's get rid of that. Yeah, I wonder here if we could just do what I just saw, like they just do repo. Let's get that back. Yeah, they just do repo on theirs. But maybe we have to do like params. And then repo. Oh my god, I suck at this. What are they complaining about here? Params does not exist, try repo. No, that doesn't make main? Oh, I see. And then I'm guessing Stargazers would be the other one I can use here. Yeah, okay, I get it. Because we're already declaring that it's a type of repo, so I had to declare, like, specifically what I expect to be destructured here from this repo object. Okay, so this might work, actually. We at least might not get any errors. So let's go back to our next application. All right, there's hello world, so we're making some progress here. Now what I want to do is I want to just console log out this pet data variable. No, just pet data. Okay, I want to just console log it because I'm interested. And here, let's just do this. And we'll say it has a label. So that'll be a little easier for us to read. All right, let's go back to the browser. Open up our dev tools. Bring that up, console. And if we hit refresh, which that refreshed itself, I think. Nothing happens because no, that's just that weird error we were seeing before. This is from, that's nothing to worry about. That's from the, some browser package that I'm using right now is throwing that. Like if we go incognito, this error wouldn't show up. But that's not the problem right now. The problem right now is we have told our pet data to, oh, wait, can we not do that yet? Yeah, I don't know if we can console log that like that. I think we need to console log pet. Yeah, because I believe what's happening here is it's saying not to move to line 25 until 23 is complete. So, yeah, so there's this async function. And now if we go back to the browser, oh, I don't know if I can do that. Let's see, pet.name. So it's logging this, get pet data, yeah, it returns a JSON response. That should be fine. And it's trying to run something here. You can see it is running, it's saying something. Oh wait, here's a bunch of stuff. Wait, are these errors though? Yeah, these look like errors that we were perhaps. I think name what it claims it has, and I don't see how I'm not getting that back right now. Like, what if I just do console log hello? Because yeah, there it is. So that's working. But that's just pet is returning the actual function for some reason. Async function get pet data. All right, we got to go back to their code real quick in a browser and see how they were at least doing that part. We're heading back over to their data fetching. They are fetching this, and then what do? Yeah, then they immediately start using it. And if I'm not mistaken, we have a name value in here. So if I go here to this API that they gave us, name is in here. Yeah, name should be NextJS. So in theory, if I do pet dot, if I come back to the IDE and we do here, we do $, actually this is just going to be this pet.name. I'm guessing I should be able to see that. Go to the browser, head back over it. Let's bring this down. This is going to be annoying to keep pulling that over. Let's just get pet data. I don't understand that. So and of course their page has param, their name, right? Let's just try context or like data. And let's say it's a type of nothing. We won't even give it a type. Right? We won't even give it a type. So I am going to just spit out data. So that we do have params. They just don't have anything. They're not accepting anything. So I don't even know if we need that. Let's get rid of that. I'm back in the IDE. Let me head over here. But yeah, I'm back in the IDE now because I'm starting to think that we don't actually need to pass anything here because the data that we're getting just sits on this top level. So there's really nothing, there's really no reason to do that. Hang on, bear with me. Let's see. All right. So I think this is gonna work, or at least allow us to see what's actually in pet. Actually, let me log that too. Let me log pet now. So it's still an async function. Oh wait, I just realized something. This is wrong. That should be pet data. Yay! I was doing that wrong the whole time. That should have been pet data. This is the constant. I had the method signature in there, but it's really it was supposed to be my constant here. So okay, so this is how we get data from another server. In an asynchronous function somewhere else, doesn't even need to be in this file, I bet. We need to do a fetch. This is really easy, right? NextJS did a really good job simplifying this. But we need to do a fetch, and then we return the results. And then inside of our function, if we have page params, then we could pass those and stand up an object for it. But if we don't have page params, then we don't need to do that either. We can just start leveraging some of the things. If we go to the front end now, back to the browser, I bet that we'll see that page. Yep, there's that pet name now, right? If we head back over to the IDE, here is that huge, big, crazy JSON API. That JSON API payload. I mean JSON API. That JSON payload. There's our stargazers count, right? So, all right. So now that we understand a little more about asynchronous functions on the home page, I want to reestablish our page, right, at some point. But first, I want to finish going through that sanity tutorial so we can get our NextJS application connected to it. But we needed to learn how to do what we just saw first, right? So now that we know this, I bet we can redo this now the right way. So here, let's actually take this this entire thing. Let's take that whole thing. Let's go here. Let's start commenting and killing some of this stuff. We don't need it all. We'll leave it just collapse for now. But we know that it's not going to be get static props, right? It's going to be, the method signature is going to look a lot more like, it's going to look a lot more like this, right? Which is an async function that it doesn't take any parameters. It's literally just a function that returns you some data, right? So instead of doing get static props, we can just do an async function called get pet data, which this time it really is pet data that we're getting, right? And then here we can get rid of this part of the method signature, blow this out. Actually, let's move this up. And then let's grab our return statement. Okay. And then we can get rid of that. And then now we actually have a legitimate object, like a getter, right? A data getter for our pet data. So now we can go take this pet data, right? We'll take this code still, but we'll get rid of this function. And I actually do want to call this. So I'm going to paste this in here, but I'm going to comment it out. Because I know we're going to need that when it comes time to getting our stuff from our client, right? I think there's going to be something similar to this await logic. So now we have pets data. We're not doing anything with it because no one's calling for it. We're not going to pass anything to this index. It doesn't need it. Instead, what we're going to do is inside of this regular function, or is it the default? I can't remember. Default, yeah, async. Let's just use this whole signature as is, right? And then what we'll do is here, paste that in, and we'll go ahead and get rid of most of this. Honestly, we could have just kept this. This is actually perfect. Let's just keep that and we'll get rid of the rest. So now in our page, we'll go ahead and call pet, right? So now we actually have pet. And I don't know if it has, I don't know if Typescript has like an order that you need to define these things in, but let's put this async get pet data function above here. And we'll also move this create client. Yeah, that's a duplicate now, right? So we can get rid of that as well. So now this is looking a lot better. It looks like we still don't have a access to some of these pets keys, but I don't think they matter. Error pets is not defined, so we're gonna go change this to I want to say pet only. Oh no, it's an array of pets, right? That's an array with only one item in it, but it is still an array. So I'm gonna say it's called pets. That's fine. And then that at least fixes that. Yep, and that'll fix the rest of these too. So now if we go back to the browser, oh shoot, I did it again. Man, this is so annoying that when I keep forgetting to show you guys what I'm doing. because then I have to like re-explain it. And I've been editing this video, and I notice when I have to re-explain it, it's like you lose so much context as I get stuck on things and try different things. But anyway, basically what I was doing that whole time is I was taking that other method that we got from the web. I was taking the stuff that we got from here. Where was it? I was taking the stuff that we got from here, right? So we got some of the await stuff from here. We got some of the params and all that, and then we successfully echoed out the pet name, blah blah blah. I was taking that stuff and conforming it to fit in here. Where is it? Where is that sanity? What the? It's just been playing in the background? Get out of here. You ain't get no free video views. Anyway, I was conforming it to fit this so that now we can have, like, get done with our sanity connection. So let's go back to the IDE and finish that. So basically here let's start here at the get page data. So we don't even need this repo anymore. We're not going to use it. But the first thing I do is create a new asynchronous function called get page data. Okay. Okay. And from the first thing I'm going to do inside of that function is this new cool thing, this await fetch method. I don't know if this is directly from NextJS, but essentially this does a lot of that page prop stuff for you. So now I have a method that's returning JSON. Okay. And I don't know why I'm doing that. I'm going to comment that out actually. I have a method that's returning an array of objects, right? If I had this uncommented, it would be going out, fetching this data from the internet and sending that back to me so I can get that. But right now I'm doing it the static way. I'm just doing this statically. Of course, we're going to change this to dynamic in a second. But so now this method, it's an asynchronous method that allows me to asynchronously work with this code now, right? So I can say in my new default async page function, I can do a call to get data, and then when I define pets, right, I can give it a promise that says don't finish this line, don't move past this line until this promise has been delivered, meaning I got what I expected back from this object or this method. Now, the reason you do that is because when this is uncommented out, this is actually going out to the internet to fetch this. So imagine it's like downloading a file. You don't want to, like, if you rely on this pets array, then you need to wait until that file has completely downloaded before you can continue with the code, or else this will be undefined, right? So it allows you to kind of put a breakpoint in your code and say, hey, wait, okay, now you can go. Okay, the promise was fulfilled, right? Oh, wait, now you can go, right? So that's what we're doing here. This is going to be instant for us because we have a commented out Ajax call here. So this is just going to define this array and return these props in like milliseconds, right? And then I'm going to get my pet data here. I don't even need to do this promise. I'm going to see if it works, but I wouldn't even need to do that. I can actually just say pets equals this if I wanted to, right? Because it doesn't need to await because there's no asynchronous behavior happening. But I'm going to see if that works anyway. I'm just going to fire up the browser and see if our IDE is showing what we would expect there. So let's see, refresh this. So it says sanity and NextJS, pets, no pets to show. Your data will show up here when you've configured everything correctly. Okay, so something in there is still not working. I'm going to head back over to the IDE. I think it's just the fact that we're getting raw data back with no promises attached to it. So this is just going to be pets, I think. Because one thing that fetch function gives you is a promise. It returns a promise, I think. So if we're not able to get a promise back from it, then that's not gonna be what we want. So I think pets here is gonna be what we want. So I'll go back to the browser, and nope, still says no pets to show. Let's see here. Why is it saying pets to show? So if not pets.length. Okay, so we need to spit out pets again. We are defining it. So I'm gonna console.log pets. Going back to the IDE here, I'm going to console.log pets. And you can see here something popped up. And it's just it looks like it's a method signature. And it's giving me back props. I don't need that though. I don't think I need that. I'm just going to return, like literally, I'm just going to return pets. Like, I don't think I need this in the form of props. What? Um, oh, but this is an async function now. So, yeah, there we go. Hey, is that running twice? I feel like that just ran twice, but yeah, that's an async function. So I think async functions require, if you are going to have an async function, I think to call them against your data, you do need to go through the async here and await here. I think that does kind of make sense. Okay. Anyway, so now if we go back to the browser, I think we will be seeing our data. And yeah, we can see that we have our pet data. We have our object being shown for some reason. Where's that being dumped at? Oh, here it is. That's here. So if we look at the IDE, we do have it here. All right, I need water. I need water. I will be right back. All right. All right. I had some super bomb shrimp tacos for dinner. Oh my goodness. I outdid myself. Um okay, so let's actually finish going through the tutorial now. All right, where are we? Here we go. All right, so that worked. And now we have to create a client. And it needs some data. So this is going to be data that I can't share with the stream. But what I can do is probably just define it somewhere else. So I'm actually going to create a little directory for sanity details. Get back to the IDE. And I'm going to get rid of a lot of this soon. I don't think I need to keep this file around, but we'll keep it for now so we can keep testing. But in my lib, I wonder if I should make something called config.ts. Yeah, for now, let's just say it's going to be a config.ts file. And whenever we import things from lib, let's see how we were doing that before. I think it's just add lib, right? Where can I check? Let's look at the features. Nope. Let's look at where is it? Story wall? I forgot where I did it. Oh yeah, here we go. So yeah, it's just at /lib/whatever. So we're gonna have a config object, and it's gonna be this. So we're gonna do an export const called client data. And then instead of us calling the client, I remember that this is not accepted anymore. So you have to just say that it's just consists of this this object here. And now what I'm gonna do is I think I'm gonna go dark on the screen so that you guys can't see these pieces of data, and then I just won't update this anymore. So let me go grab my API version. I don't think that matters if you guys see that. Go into Sanity. We'll open the dev tools here. React doesn't on DOM element. If you intentionally wanted to appear, wait, what? Hey, this wasn't here before. See if it's happening in incognito. This wasn't happening before. We had a pretty clean oh, nice. Thank you for giving me that. Oh, you guys can't see what I'm doing because I'm on a I just opened an incognito window, so I'm just logging into the Sanity app this way so that I can confirm whether or not that's just that error that you see there is a red herring or not. What? Resend it. Hey, they're not sending my... There it is. They're making me validate right now, but they didn't send it. It looks like an unstable prop. Oh, shoot. I wonder if this has something to do with that update we made to that new Sanity. Yeah, I think it does. Let's go uninstall that, because that's going to drive me crazy, actually. That error. I don't want to get too tied up into this error, but yeah, it's the last thing we did over here. So yeah, I'll do npm uninstall next Sanity. And then, what was the other one that we did just to fix it? Yeah, this one. Just so you guys can see what I'm doing here. I'm just uninstalling these packages that we thought we needed for Sanity, but we only needed them for NextJS. So this is our Sanity instance, and I'm just getting rid of them. So now I'm going to head back over to the Sanity instance. I'll npm run dev again for it, and then check it out in the browser and confirm that that error went away. Oh, it didn't, so that wasn't that. Damn, this was definitely not showing up before. Maybe it was, and I just was like kept ignoring it, perhaps. Let's see if the app still works. It does, and we will definitely not. We won't be moving into prod with that error. Like, we'll figure out what is causing that before the. Before it's time to go live, but let's not worry about that right now. I think right now, let's just focus on getting this connection established. So we are going to make sure that we can hit this object from our other file here. So what we'll do is we'll take this, we'll just save this as is for now. And we know we need to import this, right? So we'll import client data from libconfig. Okay, so now we have client data, and now what we want to do is just a quick console log here. Yep, and we have it, right? So this is running twice for some reason, and it's really going to drive me nuts if it keeps happening. Oh, no, it's not running twice. It's just that I'm console logging it, and then right after that, this is printing it. So if we got rid of that, I wonder would it show up once now? No, it still showed up twice. my console logging more than one? Or is this function just running twice? Like, it's almost like it's running twice. Maybe it's because it's async. So let's actually do a alright, so we're running now and do it again. Let's just do this. Hey, where's our console log? Now I don't see our console log at all. We can start getting rid of this stuff too. This is all just dummy data. I'll leave some in. Fine. Console.log pets. What? And now it's just not running it. Wait, do I have to fire up the site first? Yeah, okay, so you have to actually hit the page. Alright, so now I think if I do it now, it's gonna keep refreshing that page. So now if I do client data, was it? Yeah. But compiled, still not doing anything. I could have sworn we just saw that, but yeah. Yeah, we did. Wait, is that not updating my page on save? Hang on, let's try editing something down here. Add some one. Yeah, it's working. And I mean, here's the pet data right here, so we know that's working too. I think it has something to do with the fact that it's storing this data. So it's not always popping up, I don't know. Yeah, I think as long as it's working though, that's what's important. So let's go grab our app version from Sanity. Which to do that, we can go to the browser and in the network tab, we should be able to just focus on XHR and make a request one of these. And then one of these guys will have in the query string, it'll have the version ID in there. It's like a date. It looks like a date. Here it is. That's our version number, so now we can go back to the IDE and configure that in without the V. It looks like 2022. Wow, we have a pretty old API version that we're hitting. Theirs was 2022 just then. I'm not gonna worry about it. All right, and then the next thing we need is the data set. That's always production. Use CDN, I'm gonna say false. And then now, this is the piece that I think I need to hide, is the production ID. So first let me get this comment out the way, that's not showing up on every save anymore. And then I will, how can I do this? You know what, I'll just black out the screen for now. Oh man, my webcam's been off this whole time. Whoops. Alright. And then I'll black out that IDE until I've gotten my credentials from Sanity. So let's head over to the sanity.io. Go to our project. No, it's not this one. What do we call that? It was Next Sanity Clean, I think it was. Yeah, that looks familiar. Okay, so then now we can pop that in. All right, and now we have client data successfully being passed from class to class. So we can get VS Code back up now. I'll just make sure I close that client file. All right, and now the next thing we need to do is we need to follow their instructions. Okay, so going back to the connection here. So they're going to create a client now, I imagine. So they did create client there, but they didn't pass it anything. So we need to do a create client as well, but we need to pass it our actual client details, right? So we'll do this line here. So let's go back to the IDE. Let's head up to the very top of the page, and we'll say define data. Define the client, actually. That's exactly what we're doing. And then here, we'll do client data. And maybe I will do that. Maybe I will create a... Nah, that's fine. I was going to say I'll create a signature for this. You really should get in the habit of doing that. So let's see if this works. I think the next thing on the browser side was them actually invoking a search. So now I can do this, right? This is that fetch thing that we saw before. I can basically go update this guy now with our actual fetch. So I'm going to come here and we'll do this. The type is going to be story. And then we will return, literally just return pets. And then now what I think I can do, because these are being redeclared, I think I could just get rid of these. Yeah, and that fixes that. But now what about await? Async. Missing here, so that's the only way you can use await. So now that that's done, get pet data. I can actually just change this signature to get story. Get stories. Okay, and then what we'll do is we'll say stories. Here, this is an array of stories. Don't move until story is done. Okay, so we'll uncomment that out, and now this will be story. Okay, and we're telling this to, actually this is going to be stories. Stories. Okay, and then now we're telling it to hold up until we get stories back, right? So this needs to be an async function as well. Export the async default. Okay, now these are cannot redeclare a block scoped as stories. So this is story. Okay, and then now I don't think we need to do anything, right? We can literally just console log story. Okay. And what are they complaining about? The pet stuff doesn't exist anymore, so we have to get rid of that now for real. Just gonna break our code. We're gonna actually kill that now. Okay, and now runtime error. So let's go see what they're complaining about now. All right, so nothing's being complained about. It looks like we're all set. And stories is empty, unfortunately, so we must not be connected. The client is create client, and now we're doing this. Anything where the type is story. So this is going to be story. This should be returning an array of stories. Alright, and then in page, I'm doing get stories, which is this. Then I'm saying, hey, wait till that's done getting you stories. I'm gonna have a single story here. Yeah, why is that just, it's just returning me an empty array though. We must not be connected. So wait, let's go back to the browser and see what we're doing wrong here. So here you can see that we're using a method client called fetch. We're passing a simple string as its first argument, and the string is a grok query that filters all your documents down to those with pet as the value for type. If this query works, it will return an array of documents as objects, like the one you just removed Okay, so adding your URL to the cross origins resource sharing setting. In this example, NextJS will run the code inside of get static props on the server or in a serverless function if you have, okay, and generate a JSON file with the data. In this case, there will be no requests. So that's interesting. I don't want to move to that step yet though. I want to see if my story array can get some data. I feel like something's off. That's content from a cache delivery. It's how we would not generate a whole lot of API traffic, okay. Data set is that usually you'd want to put in today's date as today's date to get the newest version of the query API. Oh, so I guess we can use the documents in the project. You can have multiple data sets, for example, staging, production, and then the project ID. All right, I'm gonna go here. You'll find the project ID in the sanity.json file in your studio. What? I didn't know I had a sanity.json file. All right, I'm gonna go dark again. Oh wait, no, I'm on the browser, so you guys can't see this, but yeah, okay, so that's wrong, or at least I thought it was wrong. Maybe I'm using the wrong sanity system. So let's open a new browser. You guys won't be able to see this, but I need to manage this and see what project. Oh, do we have one with Trend Junkie? Maybe that's the one we're doing. Assets 15.2. I genuinely can't remember which one of these we I feel like it's the NextJS Sanity Clean though, and maybe that's where I have the project ID incorrect then. Yeah, I think I have that. Yeah, so I think what I'm gonna do, let's go back in utils here. And let's just use this project ID. Let's see if it all of a sudden starts working magically. If it does, then I was kind of mistaken about where to get my project ID from. So now that that's there, let's do okay. Go back to the browser and refresh that. It's loading now. It looks like it's trying to do something. That's definitely taking longer than it has taken for any of these processes. I don't trust that. All right, I'm gonna go the other way around. I'm gonna change to the the ID that I think is correct here. So they say it used today's date too, so it's one. It's gonna be 24/01/23. We'll use that for the API version, and then 2024. 2024. Okay, and then for the project ID, I'm over here changing it right now. I think it's this other one that I have. Actually, what I'll do before I even do that, let me go back to the let's go there, and then what I'm gonna do is shut down the app and start it over again. Alright, so it's still 0 there. So now what I'm going to do to get my project ID, I'm going to use the ID that I just saw was configured, which I didn't even know was configured. But yeah, the same project ID is configured right now. I think I've just been using the wrong project, which is kind of crazy because I have a project called Trend Junkie. Yeah, see, and now we have the story, but that's like an older one. My Trend Junkie one must be older. So wait, let me go find out, guys. Give me one more second. Let me find out which, just so I can know for sure. Let me find out which one of these projects, IO/manage, which one of these project IDs point to the, I mean, which one of these projects point to the project ID I just chose. And if I had to guess, it's this. Nope, it's definitely not that. Okay, so I found it. It's this. It's called Trend Junkie. It was called Trend Junkie. It just has very little activity, so I didn't know. But when we were doing the NextJS Sanity Clean, I forgot we wound up scrapping that. We did have a lot more content in there, and we had made a lot more API requests. But now we're gonna see these numbers skyrocket, right? These API requests and stuff, they're gonna skyrocket. So all right, I'm in my dashboard, my Sanity dashboard. Okay, so we are successfully getting data back. That's great. We only have one story in the system though. So we do need to do a boring task of creating some content, but let's go ahead and reestablish our old theme and see if we can at least pass down some data, right? And we don't need to pass these down necessarily. We can actually go to the components themselves and get the data that way. Like get it where we actually need it, right? So I am going to copy all of this. Let's copy it all. We'll copy this stuff, and then now we can get rid of the stuff that we don't need. We don't need this here. We don't need this or this. Damn, what do we need? Yeah, we don't need any of this now that I think about it. I think all we need are these imports. And we don't even need image and button because we moved that stuff into the other array. So now we have these. Let's actually go to our story wall component and swap out the static data with real data, right? Let's Pinocchio this bad boy. So I'm gonna go over to the components and open up my story wall. And we can see here we have 4 cards, right? We got 4 cards here, and we just want one of these to show up, right? We want R1 to show up. So we're gonna actually reinstitute. Oh Lord, what's up? One of my friends sent me a crazy text. You play too much. We are going to hang on. Let me get my stage back to normal here. Here we go. Make sure I'm not neglecting anybody. Oh, what's up, Emin? Oh man, I miss Emin. What's good, Emin? How you doing, dude? Okay, let's see. Let's go. Let's get out of here. I think we were doing just fine. So let's go back to our story wall. And we are going to kind of pluck out the stuff that we need, right? So I think we found out that we don't even need these two anymore, right? We just need these. And we can kind of start moving along like we were, right? So we know that we're going to have a define client function. We're going to need to do a get stories method, right? Where we actually fetch our stories. And this will be a way more advanced query at some point. Like we'll have things like, I think what we're going to do is on the, in the tag section, we're going to create a tag called featured. So that a story can either sit in the carousel in that featured position, that beautiful carousel, or a story can not be featured. Right, it could just be a standard story, and it will never show up in the carousel. It'll only show up in the story wall, right? So we'll need to create one more tag for that, and then what we'll do is we'll create another story, one that should show up in the carousel, so that we can finish the carousel connection as well. Because technically that's part of the homepage, so we have to finish it. Okay, so now we have our get stories method. Now we can actually start commenting this out. This is real code now. So I'm going to say define, nope, not define, but get stories from Sanity. From Sanity, period. I like full stops on comments. Doc blocks is what these are called. And then here, I'm going to say, this is actually going to be past the story. Yeah, no, this is, we don't need this actually. We don't need this method. This method goes away. But we do want to steal this, right? Because we are going to pass this to our component, our header component. So right now, the way this is structured, this signature, we're going to change that. But for now, we'll just say we'll grab these 2 lines. We'll pop these in here, right? And then what we'll do is we'll update our signature. We know it's going to say story wall, right? But we're going to export a const page. I think it's export async function. Which one is it? Export default. I don't want the default. I think it's export const, right? How do you export a const as a async function? Because I don't want this to be the default. I mean, I guess it could be. There's nothing stopping it from being the default, but I think now the problem is just that these method signatures are, yeah, they were the same method signatures. Okay, so now we're getting our stories. Right? We're getting our stories. Okay, so what do we want to do? We actually want to loop over these now, right? So we want to do something like this. Like in here, we want to do story. Oh shit, they did it all for us. Look at that. They are really good at this. So this is gonna be like each story. This is gonna be so I'm gonna call this stories promise, because I need to call that other variable stories plural, so that now we can have a stories plural here and a story variable here, because that's really what this is. So what is this complaining about? Story implicitly has an any type. So we do need to be more specific around what we want this to look like. So I'm actually going to go back to that other method, and I'm going to print out, I'm going to steal that JSON print method that they gave us in the other one, because I want to see on the front end what this stories array looks like. And I'm going to steal it, and we're going to use that to create the methods, the interface for it. So we're going to create ourselves a new type. Let's see, unsupported server component type, where something we're doing here is off. So I am actually going to... Oh, it's returning this. Oh yeah, no, it does need to return that. So that should be fine, actually. But I'm actually going to comment this out for now. Okay, so all of that code is gone, and we still have an error somewhere. Where are we erroring at? Hang on, let's find out what's the actual problem here. Unsupported server component type of undefined. So something we're doing here is coming back as undefined. So we have our stories promise, which is coming from here, so that's fine. And then we have an array of stories, right? So maybe this is wrong? The console.log of this. Hey, where's the terminal? Wait, I think they just closed our terminal, so we don't even have a site right now, I think. CD trend junkie. Find the right place? Yeah. RD. I'm just restarting the app. Oh, now we're on like a different server. Okay, I see it now. Never mind. I found it. At Stringify Anonymous. Okay, yeah, so we'll hold off on the Stringify until we figure out what's in this. Oh, story wall is not exported. Okay. So we need to export story wall, which we called it page, right? We have to actually, the problem is this here. It's like story wall is not exported from this this component here, right? That used to be called story wall, that method signature. So this should be story wall. All right, and now you can see it compiled successfully that time. So now we should be able to see stories, but I'll go ahead and stringify this anyway. Now we'll go to the browser and see if we can see the JSON version of this. Did it work? So there's the site, there's our JSON. This is what we need, guys. And we are going to clean this up quite a bit. We don't need all of this information, but let's go to a JSON beautifier site. We'll go to JSON beautifier online, which I love these tools. They help you beautify your JSON. I don't like that version of it, but I think it's this one that I really like using. Nope, not that one either. There's another one that looks so good. Here it is. This is my favorite one. It just looks really good. So I am going to copy this to the clipboard. We're going to move this into our IDE, and we're going to do a little bit of back-end work now. Thank God. Oh man, it took us long enough to get to the back-end side of this. I hate the front-end side of this, okay? All right, so we know we're going to need a description. We want title. We want tags, okay? We want story elements. We'll change that at some point. We want updated at. We want slug. We don't need type. We want featured media. We want created at. We want subtitle. I'm going to start getting rid of the things that I don't think we need. So actually what I want to do is I want to save this as a mock file. So this is going to be, let's put it in, here, let's go to our public directory here, and let's say in our mock, let's actually create a data folder. And then let's just call this a static story dot static dot JSON. Okay, and then we'll pop that in there. So now we always have a copy of this guy. So now on our fake version, we can start deleting the keys that we don't care for, and this is going to become our interface. It's going to be what tells us what our payload should consist of. We're not going to have to worry about getting all of this junk. There's an authors thing in here too. These are references, so an array of author references. And we can actually further do something about that. I know we want portable text for the description, but I don't know where to do that at yet. We'll have to look at a Grok cheat sheet here in a bit. So we can actually start with these really easy ones. So I'm actually going to put the harder ones at the bottom. So we know that anything that references other content, or anything that is anything that references other content, or anything that is a portable text element or some thick element that we don't understand how to parse yet, we're going to move that to the bottom for now. Because we don't know how to parse those, so we're going to have to actually go figure out how to parse these. But for now, we can at least finish up the easy ones, right? So we can do like ID, we can do subtitle, created at, we can do all three of these. Part of me wants to keep type because it's just such a common part of payload. Not that it matters, because we already declared that we want a type of story in the, yeah, I'm not gonna keep that. Okay, so we know we want it title, subtitle. ID should probably be first, and then title, subtitle, and then the updated at and created at times. Yeah, so for now, we're gonna create a story interface. So I'm actually gonna come here to my interfaces. We already have a page params interface that we'll use for something else, elemental PQRS. So we'll do export. I wanna do type, and I'll call it a story, because that's really what this is. And I think I actually need equals here. Yeah. And look at that. This IntelliSense thing that I have is so awesome, dude. Tab 9 Pro. If you don't have it, get it. It's so good. So these are strings. We know that. Let's see. What else do I have? I have a date too. Can we do date? The date. Yeah, we can do it. And then it's the updated at. ID type, title, slug, created at, updated at. ID, title, subtitle. ID, title, subtitle. No. Title. Subtitle. And I don't think slug is just slug is an object. So we can actually pass these in for slug. I think this is always going to be what we get back for slug. So we actually do know that information, right? Current string, and then what's the other one? Type. Underscore type is also a string. Okay, so we can probably keep that. Let's see if it's too daunting to do feature media. Oh my god, that's way too much. We definitely need to shorten this. And when we get to the projections of the Grok queries, we have the ability to shorten this quite a bit. So we'll shorten this up. But this is just more portable text, right? Caption is just more portable text. This photo object we'll need, yeah, so we can do that once we get this first piece working. Tags, I know there's a way in Grok to get the rest of the tag data. The question is, do we need it? Do we care about the tag data for stories? Well, we do, right? Because only one of these tags are the primary tag, right? So what we probably need to also do is, yeah, we'll just always get the first tag. We'll just always get the first tag. All right, so let's start breaking this out. First things first, let's make sure our interface actually works by declaring that the type that should be expected here, this should be an array of story. And then in our interfaces, so this is going to be a lib import of interface. And then this is the story. Okay. So now that that's being imported, you can see now that we are declaring that what you'll get back from this promise is actually going to be an array of story data. Okay. And you can see that works just fine, right? We don't have to worry about that not working. So now if we were to get rid of this and we uncomment this out now, that error that we were seeing, right, where this just wasn't defined, we can now tell this that it needs to be a type of story, a single story. Or I guess it may go here. Sorry. There we go. All right, and then map doesn't work for some reason. Property map doesn't exist on type story. But it's an iterable. No, we didn't make it as an iterable, did we? We made it as a, so here's what we need to do, guys, if we're going to be really strict about this. We can actually say export type stories, right? And we can say that that is equal to a, yeah, and an interface is usually, I need to figure out when to use what. Let me look that up real quick, because I don't want to just wing this data side of it. So I'm going to say interface versus TypeScript. So types versus interfaces in TypeScript. Let's see here. We have two options for defining types in TypeScript, types and interfaces. One of the most frequently asked questions about TypeScript is whether we should use interfaces or types. The answer to this question, like many programming questions, is that depends. Yeah, it always does, doesn't it? Okay, excuse me, had to drink some aqua. Okay. In some cases, one has clear advantage over the other, but in many cases, they are interchangeable. In this article, I'll discuss the key differences and similarities between types and interfaces and as well when it's appropriate to use each one. Let's start with the basics of types and interfaces. Type is a keyword in TypeScript that we can use to define the shape of data. The basic types in TypeScript are, etc. Each has unique features and purposes, allowing developers to choose the appropriate one for their particular use case. Type aliases in TypeScript mean a name for any type. They provide a way of creating new names for existing types. Type aliases don't define new types. Instead, they provide an alternative name for an existing type. Type aliases can be used to created using the keyword type, referring to any valid TypeScript type, including primitive types. Okay. Oh, so type aliases versus interfaces. For example, you can create the following aliases. The two type aliases above represent alternative names for the same union type string or number. While the underlying type is the same, the different names express different intents, which make the code more readable. In TypeScript, an interface defines a contract that an object must adhere to. Below is an example. So we got an interface here. We can express the same client contract definition using type annotation. So type client, yeah. Differences. Okay, this is what we're really interested in. What's the difference? For the above case, we can use either type or interface, but there are some scenarios in which using type instead of interface makes a difference. Primitive types. Primitive types are built-in types in TypeScript. They include number string, blah, blah, blah. We can use the, yep, okay. We often combine primitive types with union, okay. Union types allow us to describe, come on now, this is getting out of hand. Union types can only be defined using type. I think I'm just gonna go interfaces. In TypeScript, a function type represents a function type signature using the type alias. We need to, okay, we can also use an interface to represent a function type. Both type and interface similarly define function types, except for a subtle syntax difference. An interface using colons versus the arrow when using type. Type is preferred in this case because it's shorter and thus easier to read. Okay. So another reason to use type for defining a function type is its capabilities that the interface lacks. When a function becomes more complex, we can take advantage of the advanced type features such as conditional types, map types, etc. Here's an example. They have a type of car, and then a type of that where they're saying it returns void, type of fill petrol, fill handler, A extends car. And then they have some constants where they're using the implementation here, these types. So I'm not doing any of this crazy stuff. I'm gonna go with interfaces for my data. I'm gonna go with interfaces. Okay, so now going back to the code, we were getting an error here because if you remember, a single story, if this is gonna be an array of those story objects, I don't think that would be iterable. So actually, let's prove that out first, that that's the problem that's being caused here. Because yeah, stories, right? If stories isn't an iterable, then that wouldn't work. And one question I would have for them is, why are they doing this? Why can't that just be that? Yeah, there we go. Never mind. That actually fixes it. Because they were already making that an array of stories, I think. So if I would have just did story here, I wonder if that would work. No. Yeah, so that was just me trying to steal someone else's code. So we haven't done description yet, so that's why that's failing, but we'll do description here in a second. So let's actually go back to our interface. We were gonna do a stories, but we don't need to do that. Let's close that out. Let's go back to our story wall. Let's comment out this description and at least see that our title is working as we would expect. Actually, no, this is still incorrect though, right? We need this to be a snapshot of this stuff. So let's actually pull this in, that return statement. Okay, and they did a lot of the work for us though. They did so much of the heavy lifting for us. Like that link object is pretty much fine. It shouldn't link the whole card, but I guess it would be nice if you can click the whole card. But for now, we're gonna stick with what we had originally wrote. So we'll just use this as is. And then this would be the topic, which we haven't gotten yet, I don't think. Yeah, this is gonna be the topic, so we'll leave this hard-coded for now. And then the image, we don't have that yet either, so we'll leave that hard-coded for now. Then we have the actual story title, so what we'll do is take this out, because this is still incomplete, and we'll move this here. And then now this can be our title, so we got story.title here. And then for the text, we haven't done that yet either. Let's leave that in place. And then we haven't done byline either, so let's leave that in place. Okay, so now we can go delete this other thing that they gave us out of the box. Okay, and then let's save that and go to the front end and see what the browser looks like. All right, so it looks like we're still doing some funky stuff. I feel like I might have left something out somewhere. Yeah, because there's story wall, which is fine. And then here it is here being exported. But why does our styles look... What I want to do now is I want to get rid of this map real quick and just see if that has something to do with it. Alright, so I just saved that. Is that not hot reload? Oh no, there's an error. Yeah, there's an error. Let's actually collapse that. Oh, that's an error as well. I think what we'll just do is comment that. So is there still an error? Wait, why is that not hot reloading? So, oh yes it is. It is hot reloading. I just have some kind of style issue. I'm gonna go ahead and collapse the so I'm not gonna collapse that. What I'm gonna do is actually comment. I can just go ahead and comment, collapse that, and then what I'll do is I'll do one of those, and then I'll delete this. Yeah, that's really weird. All of our styles are gone for some reason. Yeah, all of our functionality is. Let me rebuild the app and see if that has any effect. Yeah, so we just needed a rebuild for some reason. Kind of strange. All right, let's get our story wall back. All right, maybe when you make certain types of changes, a rebuild is probably required for some reason. All right, so now we have some errors, and that is saying cannot read properties of undefined reading current. Oh, so we still have that key. We have the wrong key in there. So actually, we need to pass this to the other thing, right? And then now in here, we have a key. And then in here, we need our backticks. Oh, sorry. Show you guys what I'm doing. So in here, we needed to make some changes. Let me show you guys what happened here. So it was like this. So this is obviously wrong, right? Well, that's not technically wrong, but we're not doing anything with it, so we might as well not even have it. And then also for the link, it's missing its class name. Because remember, we just stole this from what they tried to copy paste to us. So a lot of stuff is going to be necessary for links, right? So like that key that we just saw, that actually is necessary for React components for some reason. But it doesn't, we don't need it on that part of the code, right? It actually needs to go on this link. So, wait, I think it's $sign here. Oh wait, it's not backticks at all. It's just open, close brackets. Yeah, there we go. And then now backticks in there instead. There we go. So now there's that. And this should work now on the front end. This should actually load now. See, what are we complaining about now? Hey, what's wrong with my stories? And then we also have a class name that's missing on that, maybe. I think so. No, we're not. Why don't they like that? Story.slug.current. There's something wrong with that syntax? I actually thought that was fine. If we come here, wait, let's go to another place where we might have used, well, no, we wouldn't have any variables anywhere else, would we? So we're gonna have to just figure out what's not working here. Let me try one more thing. Let me just try slash stories. Right, let's just see if at least the URL builds. Yeah, no, we're doing something wrong with this markup. So, because here's what the browser says now. How is it? I'm pretty sure it's open close bracket with the ticks, the backticks. Wait, let's actually understand what this error is saying. Is it just saying that there's no such thing as the current? Oh yeah, that's right. We don't have a current key on that object. Right? If we go back to our interface, we don't have any current item on that. Let's go back to our data for slug. Yeah, we do have current. Oh yeah, we do. Never mind, we do have current. And it's a string too. Story.slug.current is not working. let's just do this real and see if that actually. Oh, it's still erroring out, and we can actually see the error here now. Cannot read properties of undefined reading current. That is really odd. That is what we got back. Perhaps our... Alright, well, I think for now, what we'll do is get rid of key, just to make sure our app is building. Each child in a list should have a unique key. Yep, that's right. Why is this not working? Let's just use ID. Underscore ID. How about that? That better? Warning, top level render calls using section. Each child in a list should have a key property. I do have a key. Wait, where is that not working? Oh, there it is. Never mind. It's good. Okay, so it's working. Okay, this is coming from, or is this coming from the actual UI? Let's go. Where's our story title? This first card should have a title on it. I don't see a title. Yeah, it should say True Detective Knight, whatever, blah, blah, blah. So let's just hard refresh first. Yeah, no, that's still updating as we would expect. It's not giving us a story title. Yeah, it's just empty. Can I actually, I think I can console this, right? Yeah. Make sure we're getting, oh, let's, a little bigger. Yeah, no, for sure. We should definitely be getting that. Wait, is story still an array item? Wait, let me see something, guys. Hang on. If I do story 0... Yeah, why is that happening? I thought map does that for you. So maybe it's actually an array of arrays? So, okay, let's think about this. Let's go back to the IDE and think about this query, right? So, when I run this call, stories here is coming back as an array, right? So it's coming back as an array of story objects. But could it be that it's actually an array of arrays? No, that doesn't make sense. Because what's weird is, let me see what stories is. Alright, so this is that, and yeah, let's just, I want to clear this out, actually. No, I can't do it, so let's clear this out, and then let's do NRD. Alright, and then now what we'll do is let's console log stories, but this time let's say like, we can see it. And I have to hit the browser once, pilot. Alright, so each child in a list should have a, so when they say child, do they mean literally? So like even this link and this image and stuff needs a, maybe those are what they mean by children. Like they're children components, maybe. Wait, they need a unique key prop? Okay. Maybe I'll just do... Yeah, I get it. So on these, it would be like the slug. On these images, it would probably be the image source or some metadata, right? But let's just see if we can just get away with saying like ID. Like 1. And here, can we say 2? 3, you know what I mean? Like maybe we can get away with this. That was random. Yeah, see, stories is an array of arrays. So if I want to say I have a single story, I do want all the stories, which that's what this gives me. It gives me all the stories, but that's not really what I'm after. Why are the stories an array of objects? It has to be the way I'm doing this. If I do this and get rid of the array syntax, now this is a problem. Any is not assignable type story. A story is not an array type. So if I do... There's definitely a way to do this too. I've seen it before. Where I think you do like this. Ugh. Let me see how they're getting their pets on the documentation. So if I go to here, yeah, let's see how they were doing this. They should be doing the call as well, right? So there's pets. And it's just equal to the fetch. Now how do they iterate over it? Wait, we saw a map example from them, didn't we? And I think theirs was the same, right? Yeah, an array of objects, right? So in their map function, what are they doing? Yeah, they just do pets.map. But they do destructure it, it looks like, as they're passing it in. So maybe I surround this with array brackets to denote that I just want the direct story from these. Like maybe this. And then pass story here. No, that's not kind of... I am totally guessing right now too. Geez, how's... Let's see. ES6 iterate over array objects. Exactly what I want. So this is more like what we're trying to iterate over. So this is good. And what they are saying to do is yeah, records.map, but remember stories is an array of arrays. What if we had a second story? What would that look like? Let's create a second story real quick. I think we can just copy this too. I think they're that awesome. Here, let me see. No. Maybe it's down here. Duplicate, yes. Alright, and then what we'll do is, hang on, let's do 2 generate so we can get rid of this error. And then for the media, we'll worry about that later. There are validation errors somewhere. Here we go, there's one. we'll remove this because we don't feel like dealing with that right now. So now that we have 2 though, let's go back to our IDE and see what that object looks like now that there are 2 items in the array. So we should have like an array of arrays that has 2 things in it, if I had to guess. So what is it saying here? So in my client, I'm saying give me all stories with no discrimination. And then now for stories, here's the, yeah, it's still only 1 item though. I wonder, is it not connected all the way? Like, I just saved that content. Let's refresh our app. So there's the, that looks a lot better. Yeah, we still only have 1 item in the array though. So what I'm gonna do is just do this for now. I'm not gonna declare a type for it. Alright, let's restart our app. That has something to do with it. Alright, this key prop thing is killing me. I am going to comment out these children elements real quick. See if we get rid of that now. Alright. Alright, let's go ahead and open it. Each child in a list should have a unique key prop. What are they complaining about? Check the top level section call. So like, do I even need a key on this? And then maybe this needs to be 2. Oh, that looks like the same problem. And I need to actually start changing this. Let's do 2 right here. Alright, and then we'll do 3, so that going forward we know whether our change was affecting anything. Here, let's just bite the bullet and read this documentation here. This is a React-based lesson right now that we're going. Oh, each child in a list. Okay, so every list element, HTML semantic lists. And do I have a list in here? You need to give me, okay, so keys tell React which array item each component corresponds to so that it can match them up later. So here, let's see what they did. Show more. Can we see the HTML? But I don't see the actual. So yeah, so it's basically example shows a list of all people. Change it to show 2 separate lists, one after another. Chemist and everyone else, like previously, you can determine whether. Okay, so that means this is already done correctly. And yeah, it looks like just their LI elements have lists. Let me just do a search for that. Do you need key on non-LI elements? Use of keys in React is not limited to LI elements, but to any JS elements that is being rendered dynamically in an iterator. So, for example, when you render the elements like this, you need to specify keys to the divs because while creating the virtual DOM, React. Okay, so it's like the outer shell of these need keys. So, I mean, in theory, since these aren't in an iterator, I think I can get out of this. I don't think the problem would be here. Let me just give this. The problem would be in here, where I believe this is where my key would go. So it'd be key, or whatever. Yeah, there we go. So that error's going away now. But I think that also stands to reason that I don't need keys here in places where I thought I'd need them. So like, yeah, here I can get rid of these keys now. Alright, so we're still in a little bit of a weird place because we know we now have 2 stories in the database. However, only one story is being returned, which is that first one, right? We should have one that has the number 2 next to it. Right, so if we scroll through these, we don't have that second story. Yeah, this is the first one. And here's our second one, and it's definitely published. So, let's do changes from sanity.io. Not showing local. Changes made in my issue with changes not showing up on change not reflecting it. Oh, I just want to do it in my dev site. There we go. It's something like this, right? This is what's happening. To solve this problem, you can use the route segment config option to opt out of caching for a specific route. So it's cached? If I go incog right now, do I see it? Title here. No, that's not right. Here, let's put that title back to the IDE. And where's our title? Oh, so it is there. Oh yeah, but remember we have to. Stupid. But, yeah, see, it's still not showing up. I mean, do I have to shut Sanity down? Maybe we have to shut Sanity down. Alright, I just shut both of them down, started them back up. Oh, still only one story. This is so weird. Like if we go to the vision board in the browser, wait, I think the browser queries. Yeah, we definitely have 2. Yep, and it's published. Hang on, let's go to the vision board and write that query ourselves. So it's gonna be, first off, we're using the wrong app version too. (2022-0307) is what we should be using, so I'm going to change that in the config right now. 2022-0307. Alright, there we go. Still only getting one item here. So let's just do this star score type equal to 3. Yeah. Actually, I'll just copy it from here. This is a grok query. Yeah, they gave me 3 items because one's a draft, I think. Hey, make sure you sign up for our newsletter. Wait, what? Where's the title? Yeah, that is the title. Wait, what story is that? So here's the first one. Here's the second one. Yeah, so something is wrong about this then. 15 days left in trial. What? I didn't know I was on a trial. I don't want comments. Yeah, I don't need any of this. Thank God. Oh, that was scary. Anyway, yeah, let's go to the docs real quick and see what's not working here because we're not seeing any of those changes. When I add new content, Sanity Studio, not showing local, yeah. Changes made to the local studio on 333 also seems to take place locally, but not on production. I noticed that this only started happening last week or so. Blah blah blah. Sites with NextJS, right? What do you have set for revalidation on the pages that aren't updated? By default, data fetched and get static proc is only going to update every build unless revalidate is set or on-demand revalidation. Oh, so we did read something about revalidate, right? See, we're not doing this get static props thing anymore, so I don't know if this applies to us really. Okay, I think we're gonna try this. We're gonna take this for a spin. So this is on-demand revalidation. So basically we have to first create a secret token. So it's gonna be rsite.com/API revalidate, then secret token. So how do we get our secret token? First, create a secret token only known by your NextJS app. This secret will be used to prevent unauthorized access to you can access the route either manually or with a webhook with the following URL structure. So, what's this? You can access the route either manually or with a webhook via the following URL structure. Where do we get the secret token from? Maybe we just come up with it ourselves? Let me see. It's gonna be basically it's gonna be this. Revalidate and then secret token equals like whatever. So we don't have it yet, right? We have to actually install it. Yeah, I'm saying. Alright, and then next add a secret as an environment variable to your application. Finally create the route. So yeah, these are the environment variables. So let's actually, I think we have a secret token already in our Sanity backend. So I'm just gonna go there in a different window and use whatever they give me, and then I'll update our config file to include it. It's our trend junkie. Hey, now that project is different. What? here it is. I find it. So I am going to, I'll go settings. Man, I remember we had to find this last time. It took us so long to find it. Where's origins? Yeah, we're. Oops.
Don't cry.
So I want to trigger. Oh, I found it. I found a webhook. We're gonna say filter documents. The webhook would trigger them with grok. So I'm gonna say underscore type equals story. Yeah, that's fine for now. Let's just make action customize payloads with grok. Yeah, I don't care about that right now. Yeah, let's just do ID and name. Underscore ID, comma, name. Enable webhook. Okay. I don't need the headers. This API version looks old, but that's. Can be used to verify instance entities. Endpoint. Yeah, so this is going to be for right now. We'll use an actual key from here. So let's go there. Let's look at the. Part of me wants to just reconnect this to the right site. Like, it's connected to the wrong site right now, and it really upsets me. I think I need to do access? No. Yeah, that's weird. Alright, let me do. I'll just do a generate token online. Add this to my environment variable. Where are the environment variables for? I always forget how to find. Go. Okay, I need to run. Hang on, I'm still creating this. I'm still creating this webhook right now. I needed a token, and I finally found one. Secret. Yeah. So did all that right. The name of this webhook is going to be revalidation hook. I think this is the missing piece. Revalidate the content in the lake whenever a change is. Alright, and then for the URL, and for us, it's just going to be localhost 3000. Or is it 3333? There we go. All data sets is fine. And I want to do that story or type to tag or under type. You guys can't even see what the headers. I don't think I need headers, and I'm gonna go ahead and save that now. I think that's fine. Section leave empty. Method post, which I did. API version fine. Include drafts, no. Change that then. That includes draft set to true. Okay, and then secret set to the same value as the sanity revalidate secret. Set a random one if you haven't. Save the configuration. Add the secret to Vercel. npx Vercel env. I haven't even done that yet. Redeploy. Apply the new environment variables. Now I'm guessing the actual revalidate key. I kind of want to see if this works. For now, let me copy this. I'll bring this over to the project. Stuff our secrets in here, and we can get back to this share. So env.local. That, and then have this set up. Public ID data set. So let's grab that from config. Go. Alright, so I have the revalidation set up now. I think I can just go out now to... I should be able to just go back to our documentation. That really... Okay, no, this isn't one of the... Here we go. Okay, so next add secret as an environment variable to your application and finally create. Okay, cool. So here, I'm just going to create this handler function. Yeah, so let's just try this. We have a secret now. And this is the path to revalidate. So right now for us, we're just going to revalidate the home page. Yeah, so this should be enough. Let's just go ahead and try and use this in our actual code. Are we back on the same? Yeah. So I'm going to create an environment variable. I'll get rid of all this other stuff. I don't think I'm ready to implement it yet. So if we come back over to the IDE, You can kind of see they gave me a bunch of different things out of the box. I'll populate these two. I'll populate this as well. The API read token and write token. I have that in my back end for Sanity, I think. I think the tokens come with the. I really don't like the alright, let's add an API token for developer Dave. This is just gonna be, yeah, let's say website review. No, that's not how this worked last time. No, these were already. Oh, you know what? They were in that Vercel version of this. The first one I did had a bunch of stuff out of the box for me. So if we go into the settings on this, I bet it's gonna be here. Yeah, here it is. Tokens are used to authenticate apps, blah, blah, blah. Yep, Sanity API write token and Sanity API read token. So they are generating these on the fly, which means I can do the same thing. So I'll just do that. Sanity project, and then yeah, I'll just go to the API section. And let's delete that. We will add these keys. This is gonna be, I'm actually gonna open that other one. So I can see both side by side. Okay. Alright, so I'm gonna create a token for our project. Okay, it's that one. And that. Copy that, come back to the IDE, put you guys in browser. Okay, good. That maybe I'll. And then this was the write token. All right, and then let's create a read token as well. Come back here, title. Editor and view. So, viewer. Okay, this is all starting to make a lot more sense now. And then for the write token, need to get rid of this developer token, a editor token. Okay. Now these are going to be like handshakes, I'm pretty sure. Okay. And now, project title. And my revalidate secret was, should be a webhook. Okay, so I could have sworn I did this already, but this is be my validate hook. Webcon. Damn, this is tough, man. This is kicking my butt. Alright, so now that we have that, go ahead and grab this URL. Path, we don't need to see all data set, update and delete. My types underscore type storage or a person or tag. So whenever any of those get changed, I want to fire off my webhook. It's a post. The API version is Dealer's choice. 2021-03-25. Let me actually put that in place. 2021-03-05. Alright, and then let me also just put this in the config TS that we created. Because otherwise these are going to keep being out of sync. Did I... Okay, so now we have the exact same variables across the board. I don't have the project ID or the data set. Yes, I do. You have this. Have this. So I'm in my IDE right now. You guys can't see it, but I'm adding all these secret bits of information that they're just going to live in environment variables, so we can reference them without having to worry about sharing them with the world. So generate token online will generate us a nice long token string here. We'll just use that as our default. Okay, so now technically we have done hostname not allowed. Oh man, what is my site name then? Add the URL that should receive the messages from the webhook. Oh, so you can only do this when you've gone to production? But that's so weird. I feel like that's not working. But it says I have 6 documents. Let's just confirm that this is actually legit. Because now I'm starting to wonder, are we just not working in the right environment? We go structure here. And we did change our app at some point. So I'll go stories. We have 2 stories. 2 tags, that's 4. Yeah, so we got 6 documents. Let's go ahead and clone one of these. Let's just create something simple like a tag. Add a new. All right, I don't think we have any other required fields, so we should be able to publish that. Okay, so now we have a new tag. Let's go back to the data lake analytics and see if it's updated to say 7 documents instead of just 6. Yeah, so that confirms it, right? That means that we are using that. Man, so how do you have to just rebuild it every time you create content? I mean, are we getting 2 pieces of content now? Hang on, let's go back to the home page. We're still not getting that. Wrong here. Like, I would understand if it was cached, but it doesn't look like it's cached. I'm just not getting it. And it must be cached somewhere, like let's be real. But what do I have to do to force it to give me a fresh... They keep talking about deploy hooks, but that's not going to work if I'm not in production. And what's weird is how am I seeing even this piece of content? Everything I've been looking at too, it's like, oh yeah, if you want to do this, like yeah, it keeps telling me this stuff right here, but that I'm not even using that. I'm not using get server side, get static props, or get server side props for that matter. Yeah, see, this is another thing. Let me see. App router NextJS. We have to go back to that documentation they had. App router NextJS sanity. They have documentation on this too. This should show us how to actually get. So here's the, yeah, this is the new structure. Update the NextJS config. Create a new sanity project. What? This is awesome. I didn't know they had questions in here that asked about. It's possible to create a new or connect an existing sanity project to configure a studio inside a NextJS application. Run the following command from inside the same NextJS app directory you created for your NextJS application and follow the prompts. This might be worth it. Like seriously, this might be worth it. I'm gonna give this a shot real quick. This actually might be worth it. I'm gonna be yeah, this is what we're gonna do, guys. I am going to go back to the IDE. I'm gonna make a copy of that Trend Junkie site, and inside of there, I'm gonna install a new studio, a new Sanity studio. I'll point it back to the same project, which won't matter, right? Like it honestly shouldn't even matter. But it looks like when you create it this way, you get a lot of other things. Navigate to API tab. Hold on. User menu, manage project. Hang on. Visit your studio at whatever, and from the top right in your user icon, click manage project. Okay, so wait, these are different instructions now. Oh my god, did I just pull that? Keep doing. Okay, say go to manage project here. Oh, okay, yeah, so this is what I thought it was. So that's fine. And then what else do they want me to do? Navigate to API tab, tokens, add a new token, give a viewer permission. Yep, I did that already. It is your responsibility to secure this token to be whether unencrypted. Yep, that's fine. Create a file to store, protect, and export this token. Tokens only, import server only. Experimental, paint unique value from React, export the token value there. Experimental, do not pass the Sanity API read token to the client. Process and token. Loading data from Sanity. Yeah, dude, we have to do this. This looks like it's way cleaner. Update the file that was created for you to prepare a Sanity client. Yeah, I almost have a feeling that we're gonna have to start over. Which I do that constantly when I'm working on these types of projects. Most important update is to import create client from the dedicated client Stega package. This is a larger version of Sanity client, but it allows you to return Stega encoding in draft mode. Create a new file to prepare the loader with this client. So all this query store, here's the client here, then the lib token, and then the query store, and then they're exporting the destructured load query. Here you're preparing the server-side load query function with the viewer token so that it can make authenticated requests within the preview drafts perspective at the time of the request. This ensures you do not have a flash of published content on the initial load. Create a new file to store the grok queries you'll use in the NextJS application. So just a simple post query. Yeah, this is like a post page, but I would just do something even simpler, just a story one. And now for the post, the actual post, this is using the app approach. Yep. Now they're able to get that, and it's called a sanity document. That's what it's labeled as. Yep, and this is actually there. Man, this is so much cleaner. Where the hell was this? Oh, this is brand spanking new, dude. They just updated this. All right, guys, we're gonna give this a try. We're gonna create a new trend junkie directory. What time is it? Damn, it's 10 o'clock. I don't want to overdo it, but I do want to at least set the tone for this new environment. So what I am going to do is I am going to go back to the IDE, and we're going to basically create a copy of this trend junkie site, so that we're not mucking around with the one that we had originally. But it's possible, guys, that we just will only have this site. And then we'll obviously push this up to the code base. But I think we went the opposite direction. I think the first thing you do is you set up your NextJS application, and then you inject Sanity into that. We went the other way around, where we set up the Sanity application and we injected NextJS into that. So it doesn't work that way around. I don't. At least I don't. It doesn't seem like it does. So let's go back to the sites directory, and then what I'm going to do is I'm going to do a copy command, and I'm going to say copy everything from Sanity latest / trend junkie to here. And we need -r. Okay, so hopefully that actually puts it in a did it put it in a trend junkie folder? Yes, it did. Okay. So what I'm going to do now as well is I'm going to just make sure we can delete these other trend junkie directories. Yeah, this was another test where we were trying to do it that way. So I'm going to do an rmrf on trend junkie and the other one, the trend junkie ode. So now we have only one trend junkie instance. So I'm going to cd into trend junkie, and I'm actually going to shut down this this sanity server, the one that we have up now, and I'm going to follow these instructions to the T to get their get sanity's approved version. Possible alternative guide is deliberately focused on the experience of manually creating a new NextJS 14 application and creating a sanity project with an embedded studio. Object below could also be adapted to existing Next application. Assumptions: you already have a sanity account, some familiar with sanity and Next. You're reasonably confident with JS. Yeah, that's fine. So we're reading through these following terms. So they have some definitions, term definitions. So we've already technically done this part. We have our Next.js application up and running. It's using the app router. So all that's done for us. Now, I don't think we have this, but let me just check in the IDE behind the scenes here. I'm gonna do code dot here that we open a brand new trend junkie experience. Custom aliases. Okay. Okay, yeah, this is it. Okay, so Next.js config, which we've never even touched. That's crazy. But they have a lot more stuff in theirs. But we're gonna copy what they have here. We're gonna actually first let's get our stage back together so we have some footage of this later. Be able to share some of this. Alright, so here's what we had in there originally. Here's what they had. We can literally just copy and paste it all. It's the same. The one thing we don't have is restrict mode. React strict mode. So I'm gonna just copy theirs though. I'm not even gonna use what we had gotten out of the box. If we need other things later, so be it. Alright, so now I'll go ahead and save that. Let's go back to the browser, see what's next. Create a new Sanity project. So this is where we always get tripped up. And I keep forgetting that the Sanity Studio is connected to wherever you want it to go. So you can have a Sanity Studio that's inside, I mean that looks at, like, let's say I have 3 different studios under my account. I can point it to any one of those through the configurations where it looks at different data lakes. So I just kept forgetting that I could do that. So right now, the Sanity site we're using right now isn't even the right one. But we're going to stick with it because it's the cleanest right now. It's the cleanest data lake we've built so far, but it's not the one that we started with. All right, so let's go through these steps. I think it's going to ask us a few questions. Need to install the following package, Sanity 3.2.6, go ahead. Because remember, everything Sanity related last time was on the other side, right? It was on the, it was in that Sanity latest directory. But now we're saying our starting point now was not Sanity. Our starting point now was was NextJS. So instead, we're gonna go to, we're gonna go from NextJS to include Sanity there. You're setting up a new project. We'll make sure you have an account with Sanity. Press Control-C at any time to quit. Prefer web interfaces to terminals. You can also set up best practice Sanity projects with your favorite front end. Looks like you already have a Sanity account. Sweet. Create project, and let's do Trend Junkie. But it should tell us that this project already exists. Your content will be stored in a dataset that can be public or private depending on whether you want to query your content with or without authentication. The default dataset configuration is public and it's named production. Yeah, we're going to use the default for this. We're going to use the default for almost everything. I don't see us having like proprietary data in here that other people can't access, but even right now, I'm not deploying this anywhere. It's just going to be on my machine. Would you like to add a configuration file for a Sanity project in the Next.js folder? Yes, I would. Do you want to use Typescript? I do. Would you like to embed an embedded Sanity Studio? Yes, I would. Would you like to use the Next.js app directory for routes? Yes. Oh, it said no? I think on the docs it said we should say yes for that. All right, let's start over. Oh, wait. I think I had you guys. Oh, sorry about that. So let's actually pull this up a little bit too. All right, there you go. Now you can see the full. Make this a little wider for myself. Okay, so we'll use the default. Yep. It's going to create this data set for us. Like to add configuration files? Yes. Want to use TypeScript? Yes. Embedded Sanity Studio? Yes. So I do want to use the app directory for routes, right? This is the app router stuff I was talking about. What route do you want to use for this? Yeah, /studio is fine. Clean project with no predefined schema. Yeah, let's do clean. Would you like to add the project ID and dataset to your env file? Yes. Yeah, we're gonna have to kind of redo this part because we, without being able to see our changes on refresh, there's probably other ways around that, but I don't play that. That's not the way you deal with a project. So let's go in here. They've given us now the proper configuration files somewhere in here. Here it is, .env. So they actually populated these for us. Yeah, so we'll just keep those in place. And then if this file is named .env, yeah, to ensure it does not get checked in the Git, that's right. There would be a separate one here for prod.local. Okay. While these two variables are not considered secrets, you will add one later in this guide. It's best practice never to check it. Yeah. So now we can open the studio. So let's actually do npm run dev, right? So now this should, yeah, so this is kind of what I would expect. There's some cleanup that we have to do now. So the tsconfig.json has string literal with double quotes expected on line 5. Or line 23. Whoops. Where's that error? They're all Boolean. Oh, I'm in the wrong. Sorry, I'm in the. No, this is the right place. Why is there a trend junkie in here? Oh no, I'm in the wrong. Here we go. This is where we need to be. So going back to the IDE, does look like I have an error in here. Yeah, it's a target. Double quotes around it. Okay, so now I should be able to save that and get rid of that error. Yep, okay, cool. So now I should be able to do NRD. Okay, and now we are, we should have our new, the old NextJS application, right? This is our page. It looks like we're missing the home page. Why'd that 404? There's the studio, but yeah, pages actually should exist. Why is that 404? Wait, they created us another pages? I'm gonna delete pages. I don't think we need that. And if I refresh this, do I get my home page? Nope, now it's just gone. It's like it blew out our router. Alright, let's go back to that other side and see what's missing. I don't know what's... That's so weird. Yeah, but why does it care about pages? For having a pages directory. Or yeah, I totally didn't. So weird. I'm hitting it in the browser and it's basically... Oh, there it is. It's back. That was scary. I think I just had to get rid of that pages directory. And now we have it back. This is actually still coming from the same data set too. Go back to the IDE. Yeah, but this time I am getting my latest data, so that's good. All right, so now the thing is, my NextJS application is still hitting the old system. So if we go to, in the browser, if we go to /studio though, I should get that bare bones Sanity project. The one that we just stood up. So I can actually just point that over to the new one if I wanted to, but I don't think I want to. Like, I have all the code required to make those schemas. So here, let's see what's happening in the IDE. It should be compiling my studio. Yeah, you can see it loading here. Look at that. It even has our header. Access your content. You need to allow the following. Okay, yeah, let's go do that. This is going to pop up my manager. And there's some information in there I don't want to show. All right, so I just added the cores rule. I'm going to authenticate through Google now. There we go. Okay, so now this is actually the latest Sanity instance. What I'm going to do, though, is I'm going to come back into the IDE, and I'm going to update the... no, I don't want to do that. I'm just going to pull over the schemas. So let's find out where they want me to add that stuff. So basically, when deploying sites to your hosting, you must configure these environment variables in the core. Yeah. Once logged in, your studio should look like this with basic schema. Create and publish a free post so that you have content to query. Create a viewer token. So I've already done this, but not on a new project. Yeah, I haven't done it on a new project. So let's do this piece here. But before I get too far into that, guys, I think I want to make sure of something real quick. Because we don't have any content right now. Like any content types. So I want to go back to the other app and just see what I need to add here to get my schemas. Because I think it's just schemas. And then we need a desk. And we'll need a... yeah, it's index.ts, right? Yeah. And then, hang on, there's another setup piece in here. Here. Yeah, here we go. So in the config.ts, let me see if that's the... .ts. Alright, I think this looks like what I had from a different project that I worked with. So if I do have schemas, let's pull in those old schemas, right? Because we do have them. So I should be able to just grab this directory. I'll copy this over. And then in here, let me show you guys what I'm doing. So now in my Sanity directory, I'm just going to pop in this schema folder. And this looks really similar to something else that I had before. I'm going to pop over there and see if I'm right. Settings. Wait, where is that even getting its information from? Alright, here's that. But it's kind of similar to this, but this is getting called somewhere else, though. That project ID, yeah. Yeah, let's find out from the documentation, like, how do we go about adding new schemas to this project? Because what they've done is they already have the schemas built out, because I should have you know what I should have done? I should have selected the option to get a project that already had content types. I asked them to give me a brand new yeah, here it is. Let's find out how to get started with this. Defining your first type. Okay, so here's a pet type. Export default name. Pet type document, whatever. Import pet from pet into schema types. Okay, so in the index.ts file is where we need to add our so we definitely need to add it in schemas index.ts, and we are exporting the schema types. Okay, so wait, so why don't I see mine then? Because I actually do have mine here. Maybe I have to recompile. Let's go to the studio. Maybe since I just added that directory, it needs to recompile. I'm not sure. I'm gonna actually close this. I don't need that anymore. No, it still doesn't have it. So we're, oh wait, we have to export them differently now, don't we? Yeah, we have to export them as just standalone items. So if I wanted to use this, schema types. Yeah, so that piece is correct, but this is different the way that they're doing this. So if we go into the, let's say the person, we are exporting that as a constant. So that should work. But now where's the rest of it though? Where's the actual no, I don't need a walkthrough. I just need to see. Make your first document, do the following, create a new file inside a schemas folder and call it. I didn't even get a schemas folder. Let's see, yeah, see, I'm missing so many things. I don't have the sanity files. Yes, I do. Okay, I do have the sanity files. Okay, so maybe everything was set up already. And where's schema? Sanity/schema. Yeah, that's where I put it. Oh, schema.t. I see it. Okay. So then now inside of types, I think I just need to add it in here. So if I go into my index.ts, so let's just start with person. If I go to schema here and I import that, and then I just pass this. I'll do slash schemas slash person. And then now if we update, if we reload our studio, module not found, utils isn't found, which is going to be not here, right? Because we never brought that over. So why is this in here? I don't care about any of that. App copy, HT docs. I don't know what any of that is. But let's just go, it's not utils anymore, right? It's util. We have to go person. And yeah, let's just change this to util because that's an easy change for us. Inside a person, want to come out once or twice. Just once. And then now we need to go add the util that we built on the other project. So it's going to be in utils and then index.ts. Let's copy that over. And then inside of our util directory here, let's paste this in. So now that should clear up this error. Let's see, where are we? There we go. Okay, so now that error's gone. Let's see if the page auto refreshed. And it did, right? I didn't refresh this. But there's an error because we don't have the shared elements set up. So we actually need to go through and add everything that was on the other document. We need to add it here, right? So we'll come here, we'll grab all of this, pop it up here, and then we'll grab all of this, the inside of that array. We'll pop that in, well. And now there is going to be some location changing. Yeah. Happening. Oh yeah, okay, these need to go to you. Okay. So now that's fine. But now we have to declare that these live in the right place. So it's going to be dot slash schemas and then slash the thing. Okay. So now we should have a studio that has all of our stuff. We have a can't resolve utils error in probably every one of those files. So we'll go through each of these and clean up the utils issues. So we know that this is the from. Know that this is the correct from call here. So we'll just copy this path. And now we'll go through and update these util references to point to the right place. That way we don't have to start all the way from scratch, right? We did quite a bit of work on that studio, so getting back to this place is really going to be helpful. Yes, and we're back, right? So let's bump that up. I think we had it at 175. But yeah, now we have stories. We don't have any, right? We haven't created any, but we at least now have the environment set up. So now we can move on with the visual editing side of things. I'm going to go back into the manager screen because I need this this read token. So I'm gonna go into sanity.io/manage, and we just set up a new project, and I think it's this top one. Let me go see what that key was. Inv.t. No, it was the. Oh, yeah, here we go. And I think I need to set this to .local as well. Sorry, I'm in my IDE right now, but these items are private, so I don't want to share that screen, that part of the screen. I'm actually going to do some project cleanup real quick too, if you guys don't mind. I have some projects in here that I know I'm never going to use again, so instead of getting hit with the trial here, I'm just going to a lot of these are under a trial, so I'm just gonna say that the only sanity project that should be dinging us is the main trend junkie. All these other ones that I created back in the day, we literally don't need them anymore. And I'm just gonna do delete forever on all these. And then this also is going to require us to manually set up that Vercel stuff now. And that was the biggest problem with using that out-of-the-box template. It gave us a lot, but at the same time, because we didn't know what the heck was going on under the hood, it kind of sent us down a spiral of rework, right? We kept having to redo things that we had done because, let's be frank, right? We just didn't really understand what we were doing. So yeah, that stuff was kind of all over the place. So what I want to do now is, all right, let's just, yeah, okay, cool. So what I want to do now is I'm going to generate this token, and it is I'm going to call it the Sanity API read token, just like they have there. I'm just going to name it that, and then the value will be whatever they generate for me. I think that's how it works. I'm gonna say this is for the trend junkie NextJS app, and we'll do the same thing for write. So for read, it's going to be a viewer, and then we'll copy that, and then I think they just want us to put it inside of this document. So let me go back to the browser. So I'm in that env file that they had us create, the env.local file, and this is where all of your, and this is a normal practice for development environments and DevOps. Like, you always have kind of a designated place where secrets go that you don't upload that to the server, but all of your secret information kind of lives there. So it's really cool. So now let's go into sanity lib and create this tokens.ts. So sanity lib, and then I'm going to close the environment file so I can share my screen with you guys again. There's the IDE. So I'm going to go lib and then tokens.ts, new file, tokens.ts. Just going to paste that in as is. I don't really care about what it's doing, to be honest. Import that. All right, and then now let's go back to the browser, see what happens next. Loading data from Sanity. Going back to the browser, querying content from the lake into your application and deeply integrating it with your front end. It's simplified with loaders. The documentation for more details and the benefit. Install the React loader and additional package to help with presentation of your NextJS app. So this is going to get us really far, actually. There's a preview ticket I had. We're all over the place now. Like, we've totally moved around from the actual ticket we were supposed to be solving. But this is an important step, obviously. We need to commit all of this back up to the code base. But there was this preview that I saw when I remember I had first installed Sanity using like some starter package kit, whatever. And what it gave you is in this screen here, I think we just shut down our site. So let me hang on, let's finish going through these steps. I'll show you guys after this, but basically there was a screen when you went to hit a piece of content. There's a preview tab that actually showed you the NextJS application. Super cool. All right, so update the file that was created for you to prepare a Sanity client. So basically this is now the client.ts file. So let's go to that in our IDE. Gonna move this down a bit. So heading back to the IDE. Let me just covering two. Okay. So now in here, they want us to make an update. So I'm just gonna copy that as is like we did last time, and I'll go through line for line to see what's different. Oh, so it's pretty different actually. Yeah, it's pretty different. So I'm gonna get rid of this. Okay, there we go. So we're back to normal now. This is totally different. And then they added this perspective. These settings will be overwritten in sanity lib store.ts, which we haven't created yet, when draft mode is enabled. So I think that's what kind of enables you to do the previewing. Damn, I wish we would have seen this first. So that's one thing I will say. I love Sanity's documentation, but like, honestly speaking, for a site of theirs to have a NextJS section on it, like, they really didn't add this information. Like, I don't know why, but this stuff just wasn't available. Wait, where's that? Did I miss a... That's Sanity. Can't find module. Really? Yeah, it looks like it all got added. Packages. Maybe sometimes I have to exit the IDE when things like this happen. Let me just reload the IDE. Hopefully that fixes it. So I'll do. And yes, I would. I didn't. It's saying I don't have that lib client, but I know I have it. This is the NextJS file that we just did. Fine name. Alright, let's go find out how to fix it. Man, I feel like I keep having to take these little trips down rabbit hole lane. So I think you have to install these from source. Let me see if it said that specifically in the docs. Blah blah blah. Enter your NextJS application yet? So, but let's just try this anyway. So npm install. And let me just make sure this error that he got was the same one. I don't know. I'll add sanity slash. Oh, wait. This could be a matter of my configuration. I forget which one it is, but one of these you call out the yeah, these guys, the components. So it would have to be in my entity directory. API version? I'm gonna my API. Hide that for it. I think I had another place where I defined the API. Sorry, just updating my secret files again. I have to hide it from the screen every time. I have it. There was one more place where I had to supply that secret version. There it is. Sanity NV. Yeah, okay. So, did that fix it? Wait, is it not in the package that? Yeah, it is totally in. That era is a little different though. So far, no one's gotten my exact @sanitylib client. Is it supposed to just be @sanity client? Oh wait, I know what they're doing. I know what they're doing. That's the actual reference to this guy. So that's not. That's probably not @sanity. Probably just like @lib or ./client. Yeah. And then client has a token variable too. Oh, this is the token one. What made them think that was in there? Wouldn't that be something I have to configure in one of these files? I can't remember where you configure that though, but I know you configure it somewhere. Where you tell your project all the different places that it can look to find data. And when you use the lib namespace, you're able to simplify kind of searching for some of that stuff. Because eventually you're going to be doing like dot references all over, where you're going to have to do .././, going up like 8 directories. Here it is. This is it. So let me see. All right, so I need to go back to that other project and see how I did it over there. Here it is. You guys can see my mouse moving, but you can't see actually what I'm doing. It's weird. I just realized it was happening. Yeah, I remember seeing it too because it had like the lib directory there. It like defined it or something. Like it pointed it to it for me so that I can do @lib. Let's wait. If we go into the actual app files, yeah, there it is. @lib interfaces, right? So I was able to do it. I just can't remember where I defined it. Be there. It's definitely helpful to have, but it's not a deal breaker either. I don't absolutely need it. It's just really good to have. So @ is going to be mapped to whatever's in your path. Okay. So back, yeah, we're back. Okay, so if we go to tsconfig, should be a path key. So basically what they're doing is everything under source gets mapped to this @ symbol. So technically I can do @, but I still would have to go up. So it's like you're still forced to, yeah, unless I say @ is just the base, and then maybe I can add another one. Maybe I can do @sanity. This is @anything, starts at source, which is okay, but what if I want another one? Can I say like, yeah, this is what I want. This is what I want. I want to say @sanity, anything is gonna be the sanity directory. Anything. // yeah, okay, so /sanity, anything. Yep, that's what I want. Okay, so now technically I should be able to say @sanity sanity slash at sanity slash lib slash client. Yep. Ah, love figuring stuff like that out. At sanity slash lib slash token. Is there a token? Tokens plural. All right. And does token export a single token key? Yes, it does. Now we are clear of errors there, and we can get out of the source directory. This is going to make pointing to these files really easy for us, because now we know that we can start in the beginning of sanity by just doing at sanity, and then we're inside of here. So like all of those changes we just made, where we're doing like dot slash and all this crap, like that's not how we need to do that. We are going to just do at sanity here. And then env. Alright, so let's actually go through and do the cleanup for these. Let's shut all of these down. Go into our schema. Let's open all of these up, and anywhere we have dot slash, let's do at sanity slash. So let's copy at sanity slash. We're going to be typing that quite a bit. .ts. It here as well. Index. I'm going to get rid of index.ts now. We don't need that anymore. Because everything is in schemas.ts. So what we did in index is redundant now. We can delete it. And then we have person.ts, which this. And the util directory, where was that? So it's actually outside of sanity. So yeah, this can actually just be at. Right? Oh no, at is only source, right? Yeah. So how do we get into util? Let's actually create a space for util. We'll say at util. Yeah, we'll say at util. I was gonna say that we can just do something else actually, but no, we'll say at util. That's fine. So we'll say at util. And what do we want from there? Damn it. What do we want from here? Oh, we wanted just util. I guess there's an index.ts file. Yeah. Gonna be at util slash. They really just make us do that because of the TS config? Yeah, it's util slash anything, so we do have to declare that index. That's okay. Now for shared elements, at util slash index. Same thing. This slash index. X. I don't know why I don't just copy that. Alright, so now that should be all cleaned up. Let's make sure we don't have anything in these files either. Yep, at schema. Schemas is sanity, right? So we can do at sanity instead of yeah, we'll make these declarative, right? We'll say at sanity slash schemas. Alright, so that's gonna be really consistent and clean for us. Now in this index.ts, we don't need to do anything here. So we're good. So we are back, kind of back to where we were. All right, so let's continue down the documentation. Time is it? Almost 11. That's not bad. We now have a client. The most important update is the, yep, so we did the token loader. Gave us a little bit of trouble, but we kind of understand these imports a lot better. Now we're preparing the server-side load query function with the tokens, blah, blah, blah. So let's go ahead and do our queries file. And this goes in the lib directory, the sanity.lib. So let's do that. Lib file queries. .ts. All right, and then we're gonna import grok, and then for us, right, it's gonna be, we want, let's say story query. Yeah, stories query. It's actually gonna be story here. And then we can say story query. Story query is going to be a type of story. And then we can come back here later and do this same exercise for the tags and the person when the time comes. But the only thing we need right now are the stories. So let's keep going down the list. Go back to the browser. Create a new file with a component that will render all of your posts on the home page. So let's see how they do it real quick. They have a sanity document, and then they have a link attribute here, which we already import this already. I think we're good there. So we're ready to fetch content. So basically we're already set up for this, but we do want to steal this. So let's actually steal this. And then they are declaring the structure inline. And it's a sanity document, an array of sanity documents. Now this is what we were missing last time. This is what we were missing last time. This is why we had that array of arrays, right? That was incorrect. So let's go ahead and import this into our home page, because that's where we're starting at, right? So let's go back to our, we don't need to be in sanity. We need to be in source apps page.tsx. Let's go to the IDE. Let's go here. And now we will import this sanity document. And actually, no, we need to be in story wall. So let's go into components, story wall. Let's import that. Right. And then we do have some errors in here because we were doing things all kind of incorrectly last time. So we'll get out of here. We know we're gonna get some new JS to write in there, so we won't worry about that. Go back to the browser. I'm just on the browser right now looking to see how to write this method signature the right way. So I just copied that. So I'm gonna come here now. So we're actually gonna get rid of some of this. I don't think we'll need it, but we'll see in a second. This needs to be story wall though. And then instead of post, this needs to be stories. And then what we'll say is stories is an array of sanity documents. So let's see why they chose post. Because I don't think that's going to work for us, right? Duplicate identifier. So we have to get rid of these. Actually, we have to get rid of this too. There we go. Okay, so now that's clean. And we. So hang on. How are they exporting? Export default function story wall. Oh, okay. So since that's default, we can just get rid of the. I think it's like that now. Okay, stories is missing in type. Oh, this is their post. We don't have any arguments here for our story wall. We don't have any arguments for art. That was their post page where they're gonna be expecting like a slug or something. We're not, right? Create a new, yeah. So let's see how they're dealing with this, because now that I think about it, this is a little weird. They're doing it this way. So this is in their post.tsx file. But for us in story, yeah, so now we just need to load our, yeah, so now this is in page.tsx. Oh, they're loading this at the very top. Okay, so we will be doing this inside of the, wow, okay, cool. I actually really like this. This is really cool. So here, check this out. Wow, this is dope. So we're gonna go back to the page.tsx. Up here, we're gonna pass in all the things that we think we need. So at component post, we don't have that, right? We didn't make that, but we do have that story wall, which is kind of what post is. We'll get rid of that. Load query is something from the sanity lib store. So we know now that it's not @/sanity, it's just @sanity for us. So where's store? I don't remember doing store. I don't remember doing store. Wait, where's store? I don't remember. Oh, here's store. We missed store. Okay, so let's do store. .ts. Oh, maybe I called it story.ts. Yeah. Oh. There we go. We had that wrong. And these are no longer working, but that was just a IDE, temporary IDE bug. These should be good now. Yeah, so if I close this and open it up again, at sanity lib store, yeah, that should be good. Oh, let's just retype it. Sanity lib store. Go. And then do this one again too. Sanity lib queries. Okay. And then now I think this is. Okay, so I have to change the way I did it. Oh, maybe it is. Let me just go to it. Oh, there's story query, not post query. I can tell I'm getting small, silly issues. Silly errors right now. Alright, so now that we have that, I think now they just want us to pass that directly on that DOM right there. So let me just look at the documentation one more time. Yeah. Yeah, so we have, this is what their page function looks like. That's how I know I set this up right, too. Alright, and then they do this, right? They do stories initio.data. So I'm going to do stories equals, well, copy that, but I'll do stories is equal to initial.data, and then what we'll do, I think that needs to be async, right? Export default async, yeah, default async. All right, so now that's fine, and now I need to update the method signature here. It's gonna be stories query. Then the method signature on story wall needs to now be updated to what they had before, right? It's gonna be stories. And that is going to have a signature of an object of stories, sanity document array. Yep, boom. So now if we were to do a console.log of stories and stories length, actually let's do an npm run dev just so we can fire that back up. I think 125 is enough. Some title here, some title here. Okay, cool. So now if we make a change, let's go ahead and uncomment this out. Save that. Yep, so we don't have any stories, which is expected. We didn't make any, but let's go ahead and create a few. Back in our studio here. Actually close that one. That's no longer the studio. The studio, everything now sits at port route 3000, port 3000. So we're back in the browser now looking at that beautiful website that is seconds away from becoming dynamic finally. We are going to create some of those stories now. So we do need to create a person, and we need to create a person. Show more. Can you? I need to really figure out quickly how to create dummy content because let's see, create test content sanity. Yeah, massive amounts of demo content. Being able to query demo content through your API to make building and testing front ends, plugins, and integrations easier. Learn how with FakerJS and Sanity Script. Fake content is useful when you want to build, test, and demo schema plugins and integrations, and sometimes you want to generate more than it's reasonable to type out in Studio. This guide will teach you. You'll begin by logging your Sanity project's details in a terminal step by step, creating an advanced content creation script, including, okay. The prereqs, familiar with Sanity Studio, check. Non-prod project and a non-prod data set where deleting and inserting content won't get you in trouble, check. code examples here are written in TypeScript, but yep, check. Okay. So getting set up. You may wish to adapt the content creation scripts in this guide to suit your own content model. However, if you prefer to use the script as is, you need to add the following schema types to your studio. So there's the post schema type. No, we're not going to do that. Category schema type. Configuring the Sanity CLI. So we need to add we've already done that, right? Look at the Sanity CLI.ts. We have the, project ID and dataset. Yep, we're good there. So if you prefer to run your CLI commands using a different dataset, you could update the configuration file here, or you could overwrite the CLI client config in your script like this. Yep. Or even overwrite the dataset dynamically. We don't care about that. So creating the CLI script first, a new directory for your scripts, the root of your Sanity Studio project, and in it create a new file called createdata.ts. Okay, cool. It's gonna be in the root of our Sanity project. And the root of our Sanity project now is where? So wait, let me close this stuff out that we don't need. I don't get confused again. I'm gonna close this out entirely. Now we know we're done with that. So, I think the Sanity root is... Okay, I'm going to assume that Sanity root is actually the project root, like yeah, let's assume that it's the root of the project itself. So I'm gonna do a new folder here called script, and I'm gonna create this TS file. So I'm over in the IDE right now. You guys can't see it, but that's where I am. And I'm gonna add this logic here that they gave us. Actually, I can put you guys in here. There's nothing happening right now that's proprietary. Grabbing these configurations, which this is a really cool way to get the configs from the client. That's awesome. Okay, cool. So now that we have that, I think now we can run this command, npx sanity latest execute my script. So from the root, we'll go ahead and close out the studio. From the root, we'll run this. And okay, we're good there. In the console, you should see something like that, but with your project, all right, cool. Person watch. All right, now let's install Faker. I use Faker to do some stuff with Macoon and some mock API data that we set up. We're gonna use Faker to generate 5 posts. For us though, we're gonna generate 5 stories. Oh, but it doesn't have all the different pieces of information. I guess it's up to us to fill out the rest of the stuff, huh? So now you have fake data. Last step is to write it to Sanity. Okay, so let's go ahead and update this match. So I'm here. All right, and then from here, I think we just paste this. But now we know that we are dealing with their post type and we want to do a story type. Okay, so we'll do that. We'll do subtitle. Baker, company, catchphrase, that's fine. And then we'll also do a slug here. I think slugs are required fields. Let's see if they get that far. All right, yeah, this gets really advanced. So So they don't give you a slug, actually. They expect you to just go in, I guess, and... Oh, fake demo images. Nice. Let me just do a slug on here because... Oh, they don't give you the slug. So we know the slug is actually whatever the title was. Yeah, I can't do that. Maybe I... Let's just see how this works first. So we don't want posts. These are going to be called stories. Yeah, you can get rate limited on this, so you have to be careful how you do it. So let's go back here. Here, and we'll just start by creating. We'll create the data. We've already gotten that code. All right, so now that we're here, we get to actually stand up those fake stories. So let's run that. Right, and then I'm pretty sure you can use this to generate a slug as well. Because if I can store this catchphrase, I can actually transform it to a slug. We should probably do that. Yeah, we should probably do that. Like, we should probably say, let title. Yeah. Yep, and then dot replace any spaces with dashes, and dot replace that. No, dot to the hell is two locale lowercase? I'm gonna do two lowercase. And now title. This is actually slug. So let's do title as just this. Here's what we'll do. We'll do title is just this. Then slug now is gonna be title dot all this. And now when we come here, we can actually say title. So that's gonna be the same thing. And slug. Okay, so that's gonna automatically a key of title and a value of whatever was here. There's that. All right, yeah, let's run that again and see if it works. Did, perfect. All right, so then now that they say that now you should see, okay, now you have fake data. Last step is to write it to sanity. So we create the fake data and then we perform a transaction. So basically need to update our script now to this transaction. So wait, are we using the same data? Yeah, why are we using that? So one of them is just showing you. One of them is just showing you like, hey, here's what this is gonna look like if you want to move forward with this. Right? That's what one of them is doing. Just showing you what the content will look like when you create it. This, however, is the transaction side of it. This is saying like now that you have the like an example, like if we look here in my IDE, we can see this is kind of the example of the content being created, right? Now that you have that, move forward with doing a transaction instead of doing this like just show me what it's gonna look like kind of thing. So I'm actually gonna not do stories. I'm gonna do tags because tags are a little more forgiving in our system. Let me just go back over to sanity real quick and make sure that I'm gonna go to our studio. And nope, it's not that anymore. Where's our studio? There it is. Our studio. I'm just gonna make sure that tags don't have any crazy requirements. Go back in studio. We're gonna actually environment. And we'll refresh the studio page. Man, I'm so glad we went ahead and did this. Our sprint is destroyed. Like, that sprint is gonna have so many rollovers. But I think we'll be able to, like, once we figure this part out, the part that we're on tonight, like, I think the rest of this week is gonna be a breeze. We're streaming tomorrow, we're streaming Friday. I have a feeling that we are at that point of, like, things being way easier now. Because we actually do have, like, a model of connected pieces, right? So I am going to only add a title. So this is just going to be test content to see that I can do it. A subtitle, and then I'm just going to see if I can publish this, and I can, right? So I'm going to get rid of this, and I'm going to update our script to be more transactional now. So it's going to actually do the transaction stuff. So starting from the top, looks like the first thing we need to change is have a new constant for transaction. So what I'm actually gonna do is I'm gonna tuck all of this in a function because I don't want to have to keep doing this, right? So maybe I'll do a test create data. Yeah, maybe this will be my test create data. Let's go back over to the IDE. I think what I'm gonna do is this is gonna be my test create data. Okay. And then we'll actually update the method signature as well. That's going to be my test create data. And that's what we'll run here. And then I am going to make a version of this that is specifically for transactions. So now if we switch this to tag, right, we know that this all works. Okay. We don't want sentences though for a title. Right? So what are our options here? Well, we want lorem something. Words. We want like 2 words. Yeah, a max of 3 words. So min number is 1 word, and the max is gonna be. So that's an object that it looks like it takes. So let's actually pass that. Word count is a number, or it is this min of 1 and a max of 3. So now we have words, and that's our title. And then for slug, yeah, so let's actually test this first to see what this is going to look like, because this might not be name cased, and we want every word in this 3-word set sometimes, or 2-word set, or 1-word set. We want them to be all uppercase. So let's just run the test again like we did before. So remember, this is going to be test create data now. And man, this has everything we need too, which is pretty awesome. So see, look at that title. So we need to do like 2 name case or something like that. So it's going to be 2 name case, or I think it's 2 locale uppercase. I can't remember what it is, but one of these is returns a string where all alphabetic characters have been converted to uppercase, taking into account the host environment's current locale. Nah. So I think it's like 2 proper case, maybe? Yeah. No, it's not. Yeah, here we go. First letter of each word. What? No better way to do that? Dude, I was totally sure they would have had like a... Oh my god. All of these are like... I can't believe this isn't something that like comes out of the box with ES6 now. So I'm gonna have to use a different. I can't use words here. I'm gonna have to use a different function here from the Lorem library. I'm guessing they have like sentence options, right? Yeah, so here you can do a word count as well. So I'm gonna do the same thing here that I did before. It's gonna be a min of 1 word and a max of 3 words. And then now I don't have to worry about the name case. I think they're gonna do that for me now. So let's go ahead and run that again. I think they're now gonna make it proper. Yeah, see, they at least capitalized the first one. So let's actually see if they can do a better job at that, right? So maybe they have a name. What's slug? See if word has something else in it. Nah, yeah, it just has the word count. And I don't think that's what we would use. And this is all you good. What's slug though? It also has the same thing. Oh, so it's actually a slug. It's the it's this really. Slug there. So all right, we're just gonna do title. We're gonna do the sentence, and we'll strain it so that it's min 1 max 3. We'll just live with that. So this should be good as far as testing. What would be even better is if we were, because right now what we're doing is kind of going to be repeated in the same, like over and over again, because what we're going to do in here, what we're going to end up doing in here is the same thing. So I'm going to go grab that code from the web, from the documentation. This is the transaction version of the same code. I'm going to say, this is all good, this is all good, but here, I'm going to change that create array to the same thing I have in this push array. And I'm actually going to add this title as well. This title and slug. So let's go back to this guy and put our title and slug in. And then let's go grab that object, that in. Change the name of this while we're here. It's to gate data. Yep, so now we'll update this object with our data. Okay, that looks good. And then that looks good as well. So yeah, so now I think we just run it, right? So with user token argument, this time with the with user standard credential user. Okay, yeah, sure. So now I'll do this, and they're gonna use the token that I already supplied. Unless I didn't, I don't know if I even supplied a, yeah, no, they created them. Perfect. Okay. So now if we go back to our studio in the browser, we should now see that we have 5 test tags that were generated. And I think what we'll do tomorrow is we will focus more on this test content stuff, like create some stuff with images, create some different kind, like flavors of dummy content. I think that'll be a lot of fun. Saying I don't have any. Yeah, it definitely created them. No, it's telling me that it did. Oh, I put the type of tags plural. Actually, a tag, not tags. Type is tag singular. All right, we're gonna have to rerun that. Let's go ahead and shut down. Do the gate data script again with the user token. All right, this time, go ahead and speed up. We'll refresh that studio page, and there we can see our tokens. I mean, our tags have been created for us. Next thing we need to do is actually get some images going. None of them have images right now. So this looks like this could be a refresh issue because I did shut the app down. Yeah, so it looks like I was doing some weird stuff here. The property value is stored as a value type that does not match the expected type. Must be a type of slug according to the schema. And I think the slug requires, we should have that interface somewhere. What was it? It was slug, current, and type. And then we had some static code as well. Let's see if we can find that static code. Public data. There we go. Save that. So the type is slug. Okay, cool. So we'll just have to do that in the model, which is fine. Let's go ahead and delete these 5 pieces here. They're all going to be invalid. Should probably create one first so we don't run into this issue again where we have to create a bunch. Let me delete a bunch. Oh, there's a keyboard shortcut for a delete. Control-Alt-D. Perfect. Yeah, love it. Good job, Sanity. I really do love what they've done with the place. I don't like that we have to do so much upfront development, but you know, small price to pay for a great tool. So now if we go back to the test data, slug is actually bigger than this, right? So for slug, what we're going to do now is we're going to actually express this as the object that it really is. And we saw in the schema that it takes 2 keys, a current key and a type key. And because Sanity is built on the Typescript system mainly, a lot of what you have to do is gonna be like everything is gonna be type sensitive, right? So if they have a model somewhere called slug, and that model has 2 keys, both of them resolve to a type of string. The first key is current, and the second one is underscore type. Well, now you're on the hook for that. You have to supply that, or it'll fail. So now what I'll do is I'll go ahead and rerun that. Not that one. I'll rerun the other one, the test, just so we can see the objects, and then I'll move this over to the real create data. So that looks good, right? Current underscore type, and that matches the title, so we're good there. Between 1 and 3 words, so this is also good. I also want to get rid of any special characters, so I'm also going to do a replace here. I'm going to do a dot replace here that takes out sentences, exclamation marks. So I'm going to do a replace. Let's see. If they'll let me do an array here. No, it's always string to string. Okay, so I'm gonna say period gets replaced with nothing. I'll do another dot replace. I'll say question mark gets replaced with nothing. Exclamation mark gets replaced with nothing. That should be it. The only things you can really end a sentence. Yeah, okay, so that should do it. Let's go ahead and look at that one more time, and we'll move this over. We'll clean this up too. There's a way to optimize this so that I don't have to keep redoing this whenever I make a change. I think these just need to be exported into their own little functions, and this just needs to have transaction create. You pull in this object. You pass in these 2 pieces here, and just run whichever one you want. You can make the updates in the same place. So that looks better. Yeah, that looks like what we want. Okay. So now what we'll do is we'll in the test create data, we have to update the slug. I mean, in the real create data, we have to update the slug key. There's that. And then also we've updated the replace, but we also want to drop the count down to just 1. Okay, we just want to create 1. So we'll go ahead and create that, and then we'll sign off for the night. I do need to push this into the code base. This is a lot of new code that we have here, and it definitely needs to go into the code base. I think something's off with my get ignore. What are all these files? Components.json, next config ms. This is all real, but these other ones, oh, these are deletes. So those are fine. I think I need those. I need the public files too. Oh, it's the whole project is brand new. That's right. We moved it. So wait, am I on a branch? Yeah, I'm on the main branch. So, I don't know. I think maybe we should just push all this up. Yeah, I'm thinking that we should just push this whole thing. We'll push it directly to main, and then we'll merge develop back into, we'll push this code directly to main, and then we'll push this code to that feature branch we created. No, let's just push this to main, guys. I don't think there's any harm in us pushing this up to main. Let's just get a clean slate on that project directory. Now what we have in our local environment is what we'll have on the server. So yeah, we'll just push this directly into main, and then we'll merge main into develop, so that develop is now at the same place as main. So that should be a lot easier for us to deal with. And I don't think we'll get any merge conflicts here, but maybe, so we'll have to be careful on that. But yeah, so we just created our term. Let's go ahead and do a RD, open in the browser. Okay, that looks good. That's our actual site. Go over to the studio. Okay, and then now we should have one tag. Have it. Let's see if that looks good. It does, right? No errors, right? Clean published tag. So then looking at their docs, right, the next thing that we would do is we would kind of enhance this a bit, right? So here's the entity references that we'll need for story, but we can cross that bridge when we get to it. We don't need these yet. And this is kind of what you do, right? You create the fake thing first, and then you leverage that fake thing that you just created. So it's actually giving you a random item here. That's weird. Categories and posts section. Yeah, so this is putting it all in now. Oh, so it made a bunch of categories. It made more than one category, right? It made 5 categories, and it made 10 posts. So it's going to make 5 categories, and then it's going to randomly choose between item 0 for your category, or 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 or 5. And sometimes it'll, choose the same one. Other times it'll be a different one, but each one of your stories is going to be tagged with a category. And if you have more than one category that you needed to tag here, you can actually just have category be an array of objects. So if you look at our tags, right, if we go back to our data model, go ahead and start closing some of this down. That out. If we go look at our data, which was in, it was in public data, that we have a tags array very similar to that category stuff. It's an array of that data though. Where really all you're interested in is a ref and a type. Look on the site, yep, that's all they pass, right? They're just passing a single category here, but you can see it has a type of reference. So that's what we'll do as well. And it's just like, what are you referencing? So if we come back to the IDE, that's exactly what we're doing here, right? And then we get this ref ID from the array that they have, So they build 5 tags, and then they say, hey, here's 5 tags to choose from. And what we'll do is we'll use Faker so that we're putting a random number of tags on each one of these. Faker's really good at doing that. So like if we come back over to the browser, here they just have one, but we'll say use Faker to do something a certain amount of times. I can't remember the exact syntax for it, but we can look that up online. You can say like you can choose between 1 and 6 or something like that. Like how many of these things do you want to do, and then you just pass in what you want to do. This is so cool though. It's really cool. Create a lot of documents while avoiding rate limits. This is going to be really important for us. To solve this, update the code to create document batches. There are several packages you can use for this. For this tutorial, you use plimit. This gives you a function to control how many requests run concurrently. In the code below, you'll run them one at a time. Note that content creation script becomes somewhat more complicated. However, the extra complexity unlocks the ability to write greater volumes of fake content. So let's see what they're doing here. They have the plimit library being pulled in. Everything else is the same. They have their batches. Right? They want to run batches 2 at a time, it looks like. Yeah, so they're only running things, they're only creating 2 at a time. And then, yeah, here's where they actually create the posts. That still references other content, but that's within the, that's within this, this batch. So if you look at post batches, where's their post batches? Oh, that's, they're defining it here. And then I guess they're going to use it down here. Yeah, there it is. Yep. So now we don't do anything until both of these have completed. Once we have all that data, then we create it. So we're not actually creating it in such large amounts that we get hit with a rate limit. So it looks like they've limited this to 1 piece of content at a time too. They're guaranteeing that they're not gonna create 2 batches of 10 posts with references of 5. Yeah, so that's their batches, right? So they're gonna do 10 posts, 5 categories at a time, and they're gonna do that twice, right? So they're pulling the arguments from the command line, it looks like. So what's the command? It's gonna include the number. Yeah, there it is. Batches 3. They're actually gonna do it 3 times. So that's basically 6 bundles of stories and well, posts and categories, right? So they'll at the end they'll have 30 categories and 60 stories, I think. If I'm not mistaken, they'll have 30 categories and 60 stories. You should now see a number of messages in the console as each transaction completes individually. You may want to include a timeout function after each transaction to add a delay between each operation, or for more advanced controls, replace plimit with Q. How do you do the timeout? Is that something you do on the command line? Oh, no, JavaScript set timeout. After each transaction. So where are their transactions? Yeah, so basically they're saying where's the it's here, right? So here's the post transaction, and then here's the commit of that. So yeah, they say you can look at PQ if you want to do some really fancy stuff. Yeah, that's pretty cool. All right, I'm gonna get this code uploaded real quick. Actually, I don't even think we're ready to push it. Because we haven't validated anything yet, and we need the content to validate our front end is working, right, with these stories now. So we can't even push this yet. But I am gonna commit it because that is a lot of changes, and I think that it needs to be committed. That's 530 changes. So I'm gonna actually do something I don't normally do, but I'm gonna push some incomplete code here. And then I'm gonna do a git commit -m. We have a ticket dedicated for pushing things into main. Gonna be in one of our epics. DevOps. I think it's here. Yeah, here we go. So Trend Junkie 8. Okay. Where this goes, Trend Junkie 8. Update site to move Sanity into the more modern app router NextJS app. Alright, and then go get push here. A lot of items, and then we'll just head over here to Bitbucket, and we won't worry about this too much. I think we're just gonna push this out. Blog NextJS Sanity is not the project. We're still in that new NextJS Sanity clean project. And then I'm gonna go pull request here. I'm gonna open a new one. Oh wait, we pushed this directly into main, right? So there's nothing to do. Let's actually go to main and just make sure. And that's a real big no-no. You never usually want to push things directly into main. It's kind of bad practice. But our hands were a little tied there. Wait. Did that even go in? What the? Wait, it's not right there. And Junkyard. Oh, did I put it in the wrong GitHub? Yeah, I think I put it in Trend Junkie now, so it looks like we're even working on a different project now. I mean, but this is where we were supposed to be in the first place. Like, that was my bad, but this is actually where we were supposed to be all along. Let's see. This is good, but did I actually put environment? No, I didn't. Good. So it looks like we're gonna be here. We need to connect this back up to Jira. Let's see if it's automatically connected. So there should now be 3 PRs against this, but this might only be connected to, yeah, this is only connected to the next Sanity build, right? So we actually have to change what Bitbucket repository this is connected to. So this is going to be maybe it's in the account settings. No, it's not here. Connected apps. Here we go. Yeah, so I think now we'll be able to change the project that this is connected to. Change repository connected to Jira. Here we go. Link repository to a project. Your team repository. Project settings, tool chain. Okay, so admin can link project. Okay, so it's from Jira. Where's project settings? Um, settings. I did it last time I connected it. It was extremely easy. Shoot. Wait, how are they saying I need to do it? Link repository for project admin link repository, Vercel project, toolchain feature. Way. Select project settings from your project menu. Select project settings from your project menu. Do all project and settings. Oh, here we go. Project settings. It was called toolchain. And this was, I think this is going to show our GitHub, the current implementation. Yeah, this is GitHub, right? So we want to connect this guy only. I think we want to get rid of this, so we'll remove this repository altogether. And yeah, we just want to do this one now. So yeah, so this is the only one we want to do. Now if we create a branch, let's see, do we have branches in here? Yeah, so let's actually go create a branch now on a ticket. Let's go back to this enhance homepage thing and we'll do a create branch. Create a new branch, do it here. See, it's still connected to the wrong one. Did find it. We did find the project settings, but actually let us change it. Toolchain, and then I actually want to delete that other project now that I think about it. I don't want to keep this anymore. I'm going to delete this. Oh, let's gotta do the danger zone. Okay. Delete this repository. That's what we want to do. Unexpected things will happen if you don't read this. This permanently delete. Yep. Will not change your billing plan if you want to downgrade. I've read. Yep. Confirm by typing that in. Alright, cool. Let's delete this one too. There's no reason for these to still exist. I think that some of these were created, honestly, back when we were not really like knowing what we wanted to do with this. But now that we have such a good, some really good traction on this project, then let's just focus on this build. I think this is going to be our move. So now I'm going to go back to the board, just see if it'll let me create a branch with not tracking branch here. Yeah, learn. So I'm actually going to see if I can delete branch, but I can't do it now. But I don't know how long it takes for this to update. I want to create the branch in GitHub. Hopefully it takes me to, yes, this is what we want. What we want. So it basically is taking us to like whatever repository we want, and then now that's where this branch gets created off of. So this is gonna branch from main. We don't have a develop branch anymore. I might actually hold off on adding that develop branch until. No, I need one more branch just in case something like this happens again, but I do it wrong. Then we'll have an escape plan, an escape route. I'm not going to create this ticket. I mean this PR yet. We'll do that tomorrow. But we are very, very, very behind in our sprint. We are extremely behind. The good news is all three of these tickets will get wiped out by the faker content, so we're good there. We only have a few things left, right? So we're not that far behind, but it's very possible that we're going to see some rollover for the first time next week. The sprint ends next week, right? I think that's the date that we had decided on. So let me see. Yeah, 10 days remaining, right? So the end date here is February 7th. And that is either next week exactly. Oh, no, that's the week after next. So we still have plenty of time, right? We still have tomorrow. We still have Friday. We still have Tuesday of next week, Wednesday of next week, Friday. That's 5 days times 3. That's 15 hours. And then we have the weekend hours. If I can squeeze some time in there, I will. Yeah, so we still have plenty of time to complete this sprint. So I don't think we overshot it. At least not yet. I don't think so. I don't feel that way yet. I am going to bookmark this and put it in our Trend Junkie folder. This is the faker content set. So let's edit where we put that. Put it in Trend Junkie here. Close that out now. Yeah, that's gonna go a long way. Being able to have that in our back pockets, so when we want to test this new content stuff that we do, it's gonna be really simple to run those faker tools. And if we code it the right way, we can actually move things around so that, you know, we'll have a helper function for whenever you need to add imagery, right? So now if we have a new content type, it shouldn't be hard to create the tester and the transaction classes. So that's going to be really fun. All right, guys, I'm gonna call it there. I just noticed again that my webcam was not on for like all that time. I am so sorry. I am so sorry. Man, that's going to be horrible for the VOD of this. I don't think this is going to be a VOD. I think I'm going to actually do a different video. Like this whole week, Friday, today, tomorrow, and Friday coming up. So last Friday, today, tomorrow, and the Friday coming up. I think it's going to be more so learning. I don't think I'm going to convert any of this to VOD until like I'm breezing through it to the point where I can start explaining what I've learned to the audience, right? Because that's really what this is about. This is about me learning as I go. And then, of course, I'm going to bless you guys with the knowledge that I get from this, you know, as it hits my brain. But until then, I think it's just going to be us kind of challenged with some hard development work. And as we learn it, we'll keep plugging away at different things. And then when we move on to other more advanced tickets, like for example, when we move into the person template, it should just be a matter of me actually being able to explain how we're going to get the static design in place, and how we're going to move some of the components around and organize things, and how we're going to get the data, etc. So I'm looking forward to that. I think that's going to be a lot of fun, and I think this has been a lot of fun. Thank you guys for joining. This has been great. I'm exhausted. Okay, I got to get up early for work tomorrow, so I'm out of here. Peace out, and hope to see y'all tomorrow as well. All right.